excellent ball handler, scores in double figures, and inspires her teammates. New Brunswick wasted no time in going to the attack. Action here in the opening half, and the player to watch is number 14, June Williams, as she takes it right to the basket. New Brunswick out to the quick early lead, and you're going to see why. Watch the enormous pressure New Brunswick applies here as Alberta attempts to bring the ball up court. They eventually get the job done, but then to their dismay find the inside game shut down completely. Rodzinyak and her teammates work the ball around the perimeter, but they simply can't find an opening. That forces them to go to a long-range shooting philosophy, and while Rodzinyak will drop a bomb here, the Alberta shooting generally just couldn't find the mark. While Alberta was having trouble setting up inside, New Brunswick had no such problems. Sue McMaster completely controlling the trenches at both ends of the floor. This wasn't one of her normal high-scoring games, but her other talents more than made up for it. Watch here as you will see McMaster drive the baseline and then dish off to Cynthia Johnston at the last moment for the easy basket. New Brunswick led by an amazing 20 points at the half, 36-16. And that cushion gave them all kinds of confidence heading into the final 20 minutes. Alberta more than doubled its scoring output in the second half, but still found it impossible to gain ground. New Brunswick continually reaching into its bag of tricks for the big play, like the key rebound there, and the subsequent drive and basket by number 4, Shelley Slater. With the capacity crowd screaming and cheering wildly every time the home team touched the ball, New Brunswick continued to come up with big play after big play. Like the steal here and another 2 points for number 4, Shelley Slater. Overall, New Brunswick with an extremely well-balanced scoring attack. Allison Kent, Leanne Brady, and Cynthia Johnston all with 12 points, while Lisa Briggs and Shelley Slater added 8 and 7 points respectively. A well-deserved 2-minute standing ovation as New Brunswick defeats Alberta to win the bronze medal. Well, coming up now, the game we've all been waiting for, the battle for the gold medal as Manitoba takes on Ontario. Both teams finishing the round robin earlier in the week with identical 3-1 records, both impressive winners in the semifinals last night. As far as key players are concerned, first for Manitoba, 5'8" point guard Carol Plain. She's got a good outside shot and remarkable passing skills, perhaps even a better passer than her father used to be, Kenny Plain, the former quarterback for the Blue Bombers. Ontario, on the other hand, also led by a shooting guard, Sandy Stevenson, number 13. I have not seen a player in this tournament all week long with more speed than Sandy Stevenson has. So it shapes up as a good match. As I said, we're going for the gold medal here. Manitoba taking on Ontario. Well, kind of an interesting game in the early going. Both teams noticeably tense, realizing just how much was at stake. Manitoba determined to play well. They've been blown out by Ontario by 17 points in round-robin play and were determined not to let it happen again. A nice Manitoba effort here as Carol Plain feeds to Sarah Conlon, and Manitoba is to an early 9-4 lead. Ontario simply doesn't get blown out by anyone, however. Led, as I said earlier, by number 13, Sandy Stevenson. They are ball control specialists with exceptional speed, good outside shooting, and enough size and power to play the inside game and control the lanes as well. Evidence of that here as Lara Matsala drives through the key, and Ontario has come back to tie the game at 22 points apiece. With time running out in the opening half, Manitoba's Carol Plain takes over, a spectacular 3-point jumper that sends Manitoba to the dressing room at halftime, leading 28-26. Manitoba upped its lead to 6 in the early second half going, but were then guilty of a series of costly turnovers that allowed Ontario to get right back into the picture. Watch on this sequence as Manitoba misses an easy 2, and on the turnover, Sandy goes the length of the floor for Ontario, showing tremendous speed to put her team back on top by a point. However, there's no quit in this Manitoba team. They've been strong all week long, coming back from deficits in other games in the tournament. Now, you're going to see a nice basket here. Number 16, Laura Lee Reed, moving inside. Manitoba down by just a single point at that stage, 45-44. Ontario with the lead in the late going, and Sandy Stevenson proving that she scores not only on layups but on the long bombs as well. That puts Ontario up by a score of 52-46. Time running out. Manitoba has come back to close to within 54-50, but simply not enough time remaining on the clock. Sandy Stevenson with the ball as it's all over. 54-50, the final score. The Ontario team ecstatic. Sandy Stevenson commenting afterwards on the game.
Well, we knew we could beat them, but in a gold medal game, everybody's pumped. It's going to be a close game no matter what, I think.
They had you by 6 points early in the second half. Then all of a sudden you came roaring back. What did you do differently?
Well, we weren't playing tough defense, and we were sort of scared we were going to lose in the first half. And then we came out in the second half playing to win. That's what we were doing.
How's it feel to be the best?
Oh, it's great.
Sandy, congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Okay, so a simply outstanding week of basketball here at the Athletic Center, capped off with just about as good a gold medal game as you could possibly want to see. The gold medal going to Ontario, Manitoba settling for silver, and of course earlier a real thrill for these good people of New Brunswick as their team captured the bronze medal. Been a lot of fun. Hope you've enjoyed it. Okay, Scott, back to you.
Doug, the lacrosse gold medal final here at the Lord Beaverbrook rink matches the two best teams in these Canada games. Nobody would argue that. British Columbia and Ontario. Ontario went through the round-robin portion of play unbeaten at 4-0. Their last victory was on Thursday, and it came against BC. In that game, Ontario capitalized on some British Columbia defensive errors, and they hope to do the same today.
They're quick. They like to fast break. I think their biggest problem is defense. They're weak. They're not very good checkers. They like to shoot the ball from outside.
British Columbia, meanwhile, thinks it can shore things up today and get out of these Canada games with the gold medal.
They beat us by 1 goal last time. I feel we let down. It's going to be a tight game. It could go either way, I think.
In their round-robin game, BC and Ontario played it goal for goal, but not today. And early in the game, BC took a lead it would never give up. A fast break, nicely finished by number 3, Grant Hamilton, made it 2-0 BC. Ontario has been accused of running up the score against weaker teams at these games, but today there was no way Ontario could run it up against BC. BC, a strong club team from Victoria, controlled the play late in the first period, and number 15, Warren Blackwell, scored from the high slot on an over-the-shoulder shot past Bobby Hayes in the Ontario goal. 6-3 BC after 1 period. In the second period, BC controlled the Ontario zone again and increased the lead to 5 goals. BC, the heavy crowd favorite today, and the crowd was delighted as number 14, Kevin Shires, broke in and made it 8-3 BC early in the second period. In that earlier round-robin game, BC led 10-8 but took some bad penalties, and Ontario scored 3 in the last 4 minutes to win at 11-10. Some concern today as Ontario whittled the BC lead down to 1 goal at 8-7 in the second period. Greg Lapine scored Ontario's 7th goal. But here is where I think BC won the game. A late second period rally capped by one of the fastest goals scored at these games. A fluke as number 13, Dave Finnegan, dumped the ball into the Ontario zone. Bobby Hayes couldn't believe it, but it was by him. BC had reopened a healthy lead, 11-7 at the end of the second, retained total control in the third period, winning at 20-10 to avenge their round-robin loss and win the gold medal.
Well, we were expecting to win because we won 3 straight championships before this game, and we're coming out working hard to try to get our 4th in a row.
And so the gold medal to BC, the silver to Ontario, and Quebec, by virtue of a victory over Nova Scotia earlier today, won the bronze. So British Columbia wins another gold medal. We're going to take a short pause right now, and when Canada Games 85 returns, we'll look at the final team sport rugby. Canada Games 85 continues in a moment. In the full bloom of summer, the village of Musquash and St. Anne's Church, built in 1831.
Red or white, Hathaway?
Nothing in the red. Reminds me of business.
Troubles?
Sales costs are way up. Orders are really slow.
You'll find this appealing.
Telemarketing. Sales support, customer service, order processing.
It's all in there. Just call for a free copy. Waiter, he'll have the catch of the day.
Flounder.
Never with telemarketing.
NBTel, a member of Telecom Canada. 1-800-361-3050.
The Irving team, always there with high performance, products, and service, invites you to join us in a salute to the athletes of this year's Canada Games. At Irving, we're proud to be a major sponsor of this great event. Irving, always there.
Well, we're getting very close to the start of the closing ceremonies, and there are more than 11,000 people on hand at the stadium once again. As I mentioned, 4 team sports held their final matches today, so it was a very busy day for all of us here in St. John. Don Martin has the rugby situation in hand. The gold medal match, no surprise, the two powerhouses, Ontario and British Columbia.
The final game of the rugby tournament will be played under very similar conditions to the first game. Sunny skies and warm temperatures. British Columbia will meet Ontario for the gold medal, but first the bronze medal game as Quebec faces Alberta.
Alberta takes the early lead as Reinhold Jelling, who would like to be a sportscaster someday. Rugby is good training for that. Hits the placement for a 3-0 lead for Alberta. It was a tough, close game tied at 3 here in the second half. Number 9, Rick Overton, picks it up and dives over the goal line for the try. As Alberta increases the lead, Overton is only 17, but has already toured New Zealand and Australia playing rugby as he gives his team a 10-3 lead in the early morning fog in St. John. Quebec tries to come back as the Alberta forwards maintain the pressure. Finally, in one of the better individual efforts we've seen all week, Quebec's Mark Sidthorpe of St. Anne de Bellevue breaks down and cuts back in, going all the way for the try, cutting the lead to just 1 point. But after that, Alberta tightens up defensively, shutting them down the rest of the way, and Quebec would get no closer as Alberta hangs on to take 3rd place in the rugby tournament, maintaining their position from the 1981 Summer Games in Thunder Bay.
So Alberta wins the bronze medal by 1 point in the closest game of the tournament so far. And we expect a similar kind of drama in the gold medal final. British Columbia advances with a perfect record, winning their semifinal 34-0. Ontario was also undefeated. They won their semifinal 45-0. So it's a classic case of the irresistible force and the immovable object in the battle for the gold medal.
British Columbia rolled up almost 300 points during the week, but the Ontario players suggested that was due to inferior opposition. And BC team captain Gareth Rees agrees.
I think they have a point. We haven't had to play much defense so far, but we have good pace outside, and our forwards have given us good balls so far. And we're just looking forward to running them and having some good, attractive rugby. That's what we've been playing all tournament. We're going to go for that again.
That kind of conciliatory attitude is enough to make you wonder whether the final would degenerate into a gentlemanly affair. But Ontario's Paul Galbraith says that will not happen.
No. We're not going in as gentlemen. It's going to be a tough game between the both of us. We both good teams, and we'll beat them, hopefully.
We pick it up in the first half with BC in white, Ontario with the ball, but they have no room to maneuver as the backfield faces constant pressure from the BC forwards as they push Ontario deep and draw the penalty, setting up the 3rd free kick of the half for Gareth Rees, who accounted for half of BC's points in the semifinal. And Rees hits it perfectly for the placement, a 40-yarder to give BC a 9-0 lead. Now, just to give you an idea of how things went on the other side, Scott McKinnon gets a free one from a little further away, and he has adjusted well, but it hooks too much and hits the goalpost, bouncing out as BC stays comfortably ahead. Here, the line out deep in the Ontario zone, number 8, Steve Christensen of White Rock takes it halfway, handing off to Ian Gordon. Gordon, 6'3", 200 pounds, bulls his way in for the try as British Columbia takes a 13-3 lead. And there was more of the same in the second half as BC continued to execute the way they have all week long. The BC backs are extremely excellent, taking the entire field as they spread out the Ontario defenders, passing it perfectly, avoiding the would-be interceptors. Finally, Christensen touches it down for yet another 4 points as BC goes on to win it 27-3, reversing the order of finish from the 81 games in Thunder Bay, handing Ontario the silver, keeping the gold
for the win all the way and going for that attractive rugby. I think we had shades of it. Unfortunately, it didn't all click all the time like we'd have liked. But we got the gold. That's what we've been planning for quite a while, and so we've done it. We're happy.
So the final standings, BC goes undefeated to win the gold medal. Ontario takes the silver. Alberta the bronze ahead of Quebec and the tournament hosts from New Brunswick. And that's the story in rugby. Scott?
Well, take a breather, Don. You have some time to play golf now. When Canada Games 85 continues, we'll have the closing ceremonies. We'll be right back. A trip to St. Andrews means great scenery, including the lovely seaside golf course, famous around the world.
Take the hard work from your yard work with a Boland's Eliminator garden tractor. Like this rugged powerhouse. Over 50 years of quality and dependability have been built in. Powerful engines built to take years of punishment. Solid steel shaft-driven attachments help to eliminate power loss. A tough, patented foot-driven hydrostatic transmission eliminates shifting. Hydraulic lift eliminates the hard work of raising and lowering attachments. For the best tractors you can buy, see the Boland's Eliminator on sale now at...
Available at Toys for Big Boys Moncton and Valley Marine Supplies, Annapolis Royal.
This is it, the fur sale you've been dreaming about. This is it, the sale you must see to believe. Hundreds off on magnificent jackets, strollers, coats. It's Chiasson Fur's biggest sale in years. Fantastic fur fashions at fantasy prices. But can it be true sale? This is it. Now at Chiasson Furs, we've got your number and it's beautiful. This is it, the sale at Chiasson Furs.
Tomorrow, Sports Weekend continues its extensive coverage of thrilling Formula One racing. It's the Dutch Grand Prix from Zandvoort, Holland.
Well, it's time now for the closing ceremonies to begin. They are again under the direction of Hugo Depot, who opened the games 13 days ago. Describing all of the color, pageantry, and emotion, here are Sue Prestich and Ted Reynolds at the closing ceremonies.
Good afternoon. Bon après-midi, mesdames, messieurs, mesdemoiselles. We're delighted that so many of you are here to share in the farewell that we're bidding to Canada Games 85.
Nous sommes heureux de vous retrouver parmi nous pour dire un dernier adieu aux Jeux du Canada 1985. Que de souvenirs agréables en rapporteront tous ces jeunes Canadiens qui y ont participé dans un esprit d'amitié et d'allégresse. Mesdames et messieurs, mon nom est Ken Clark. Avec Susan Turner, j'animerai les cérémonies de clôture d'aujourd'hui.
My name is Susan Turner. Ken Clark and I will be your hosts for today's closing ceremonies. What vivid memories we shall all carry back from these two most exciting weeks of competition. They seem to have gone by all too quickly.
To open these ceremonies, we greet you all from the host city of the Canada Summer Games, St. John, New Brunswick, the greatest little city in the East. Accueillons maintenant nos invités d'honneur. Susan, let's begin the finale to these two triumphant weeks by joining together to welcome our very special guests who are entering the stadium.
Le lieutenant-gouverneur du Nouveau-Brunswick, Monsieur et Madame George Stanley. Monsieur Richard Oland, président des Jeux du Canada 1985. L'honorable Richard Hatfield, premier ministre du Nouveau-Brunswick. Et son honneur, le maire de la ville de Saint John, Elsie Wayne.
George Stanley, Richard Oland, President of Canada Games 85, the Honorable Richard Hatfield, Premier of Brunswick, and Her Worship, Mayor Elsie Wayne, Mayor of St. John.
Son Excellence, la très honorable Jeanne Sauvé, Gouverneur General du Canada, Her Excellency, the Right Honorable Jeanne Sauvé, Governor General of Canada.
And as Her Excellency, Madame Sauvé arrives, escorted by Mr. Olin, her standard is broken out on the roof of the grandstand. Of course, the Prime Minister was here for the opening ceremonies, but Her Excellency is here to officially close these games.
Special guests that have been attending the games all week long and within the last 2 weeks, Ted, have been tremendous. We've had Abby Hoffman, the head of Sport Canada, and most of the dignitaries have been visiting the venues as well, watching the sports.
Vice-regal salute for Her Excellency, the Governor General. These ceremonies will last approximately 2 hours.
Voices of the 200-member choir here today, made up of churches from all over St. John.
To express the spirit of the magic of friends, who better to lead the way than St. John's town crier and Fiddle Ed, who has won the hearts of the nation.
And the town crier is John Cale. He's been a familiar figure over the last 2 weeks.
You certainly can't move without seeing Fiddle Ed. I think there are about 4 Fiddle Eds the way he gets around. And there's a couple of people that we first met a year and a half ago in Sarajevo. When they were introduced, they are the symbols of the Calgary Games, Howdy and Heidi.
And to show you that equality exists, this is the first time that the Olympics will have both a female and male figure as mascots.
And the other little guy in front, that's Digger Gull, the official mascot of the 1987 Cape Breton Canada Games, who was introduced at a function here last night.
Ready for the 1988 Winter Calgary Winter Olympics.
So there we have the town crier, Fiddle Ed, Digger Gull. We get some great names in Canada, don't we? And Heidi and Howdy.
Who will ever forget Chocolate Mousse?
The games don't end here, Susan.
You know, in Sarajevo, they brought them on a descending platform out of the ceiling at the arena over there, and that's when they were first introduced to the world at the ending of the Olympic Winter Games.
People might start getting the wrong impression about Calgary, considering you have 2 polar bears as mascots. It's not quite that cold.
We discovered wonderful performing talent from all over Canada at Festival by the Sea. They brought so much color to our lives. We've never been entertained so royally. The magic will live on in the friendships we've made.
What do you mean when I get it back? We'll be back with more of the closing ceremonies after this.
Choosing your pharmacist is as important as choosing your family doctor. and more families are making their choice Lawton's drugs. Lawton's has been around a long time, and over the years, we've become an important part of your family. That's why each year, Lawton's fills more than 1 million prescriptions in Atlantic Canada. We've earned your confidence. Lawton's drugs for prescriptions, for nearby locations, for low prices.
For just about everything. Lawton's drugs.
Eastern Sports is having a back-to-school sale featuring such items as lady net gain tennis shoes, regular $23.95, priced at just $15.99. Gym shorts, regular $8.99, bargain priced at $4.99. Sports bags with shoulder straps, regular $11.99, now priced at $5.99. Then enjoy the beauty of the outdoors with a Norco Nomad 10-speed bike, regular $210, now $129.99. See these and more at Eastern Sports back-to-school sale, St. George Street in Moncton.
Canada Games Stadium, and live you're watching coverage of the closing ceremonies as the athletes from Canada's 10 provinces, and actually from one of the territories, because there are none left from the Yukon, they were here only in the first week, are marching in, accompanied in the most part by members of the dancing and ethnic and cultural groups who were here. So it's a great big closing party that does not include just those participating athletes, but also the other participants in the games. And the festival by the Sea People, that was a big innovation, keeping a festival here for the entire duration.
That's right, Ted, and anywhere you went in the city, any time of day, there were groups from all over Canada performing down in the Market Square area, even inside in the mall areas. It's quite a treat to see groups from Saskatchewan and also from the Northwest Territories. The enthusiasm we are witnessing here today has not been reserved just for the opening and closing ceremonies. It's been at every venue. Organizers were simply amazed at the numbers that were turning out for sports like archery that doesn't usually attract a large number of spectators. They were getting 200, 300 people a day.
I think without exception there were massive crowds far more than had ever been anticipated. I was over at the arena for a short time for a lacrosse game in the middle of the day, and it wasn't the final game, and the place was almost jammed. And people just went to those places and stayed there.
Baseball and softball were two other venues. You couldn't help but hear the athletes talking after their own competitions and making arrangements on figuring out ways to get out to baseball and softball in the evening for the games.
As was the case in the opening, they're making this march in a major part of the ceremonies. It was very long and spread out in the opening ceremonies, and I'm a little surprised that it's this much separation between teams for the closing ceremonies, because we've got an entirely empty straightaway on the track right now. These Quebecers, did they ever have the team spirit? And Quebec came up with the second highest total, of course.
Some of the finals were held last night. In fact, most of the finals were held last night. And we witnessed some shenanigans going on as we left the rowing venue. The Newfoundland team was proceeding to take down all the signs that were indicating directions to the venues. I think they're going to take them home and use them as souvenirs.
Hosted the Winter Games twice, the very first ones in Quebec City in '67, and then the last Winter Games up in Chicoutimi. And I wondered who would get to carry the New Brunswick flag. The flags, by the way, are already in, and it was Jocelyn Richard from softball from the town of Memaracoot. There's Her Excellency John Sauvé, the Governor General, and she is looking at the athletes marching by from Quebec.
That team set 4 Canada Games records, 1 in track and 3 in swimming.
There's a gold medal right there.
mascots that some of these teams have been carrying around. In fact, Quebec has been taking theirs to several venues. I believe at one point the BC Sailing Club lost theirs altogether.
Madame Sauvé is certainly entering into the spirit of the occasion. Everyone was given kerchiefs of the different colors of the provinces to wave for the march on.
Now these, if you can see them, are the British Columbia bananas that are being thrown into the crowd. The giant stuffed banana that the BC crowd has been carrying around, yet another mascot that has made it to almost every venue.
Final group of officials, and there will be a big group of officials because there were a tremendous number of them, all volunteers, who took part here, took time off from their own work or took vacation during the period of the games, or were granted special leave by their employers in order to take part and volunteer their services. And of course, for many sports, officials, like for swimming, for diving, for track and field, things like that, they came in from all across the country.
And it's not an easy job. They have to deal with people like us from the media. They have to deal with the breakdown of electronic timers and such. But they did a magnificent job. Some of the small persons you see there were runners at some of the events, making sure that the results got back to the trailers for relay to the media center.
You're watching live coverage from St. John of Brunswick, the Canada Game Stadium, of the closing ceremonies of what has been a marvelous occasion here. 2 weeks of warmth and top flight competition, and it goes far beyond that. And here comes the Northwest Territories.
Their softball team from the Northwest Territories, I was talking to a couple of the women on that team. They were saying because of the weather up there, they have to practice in a gym. Now, can you imagine having to try to hit a softball in a gym? Worse yet, try to field it.
Robin Sproul, who is a softball player, a flag carrier, he's a president of Yellowknife. Now they're going by the north end of the stadium, and that Alcan flame that we first saw at Chicoutimi for those winter games of '83. That's what the whole thing is all about. It's been burning here since the opening ceremonies on the 11th. The flame will go out physically this afternoon, but not in the hearts of all of those who have been here under it for the last couple of weeks. And of course, it will burn again a year and a half hence, as it goes to both summer and winter games in Sydney on Cape Breton Island for the next winter game.
The Canada Game Stadium here actually only seats 8,000 people. They had to add 3,000 extra seats for both the closing, or rather the opening and the closing ceremonies.
We have a camera way up high on a crane. Doing a good job of work up there.
That's Bill Levy.
Bill Levy, better thee than me.
Poor man was stuck up there for the opening ceremonies, and he got the same assignment the second time. Yes, we should point that out.
That artillery band has been doing yeoman service. They've been playing steadily now for almost 30 minutes. You blow a trumpet for 30 minutes steady, and even Doc Severson's lips got to get a little bit sore. A little bit of byplay there, as some people are, and you'll see a lot of that before this is over, because you're not going to keep these irrepressible 1,300 or 1,400 young people quiet for all that time. There's no way. Well, everybody who's coming in is in.
Pour la fête qui nous vient de partout au Canada, nous disons sincèrement merci. Ils nous ont, en effet, démontré l'esprit fraternel qui anime chaque jeune Canadien aujourd'hui. Et nous pouvons dire que ce sont nos amis qui retournent dans leur coin de paix.
Ladies and gentlemen, how lucky we are to have a last chance to recognize the best of our youth. The athletes and artists from our land who have captured our hearts these last 2 weeks. They came from our 10 provinces and 2 territories to compete as teams. They leave united in fellowship as friends.
Let us show how welcome they've been here in St. John. Applaudissons-les chaleureusement.
Ear-deafening applause for the athletes.
Well, they are what everybody came to watch, of course. Flags are waving. Everybody is standing up to give these people the applause that they so richly deserve, and the sun comes out. How about that for Titan? The sun has come out right at this crucial moment.
Whose flag is carried by Billy Johnson, a soccer player from Hamilton.
Now to the crowd. The flag bearers are being identified to this crowd.
From Edmonton.
La Colombie-Britannique. British Columbia's flag is carried by Kevin Draxinger from Kelowna of swimming.
And he did very well. Gold in the 200 backstroke. And the Canada Games record. He swims for the Dolphin Swim Club under Coach Tom Johnson in Vancouver.
Manitoba, le Manitoba, whose flag is carried by Blair Saunders, a cyclist from Winnipeg.
Blair, who was 20, was a member of the bronze medal team in the time trials in cycling. He'd won the 1983 Manitoba 25-mile time trial.
His mother will be happy to know he's the only male cyclist from Manitoba who hasn't had his ear pierced yet here in St. John.
A 13-year-old tennis player is carrying the Newfoundland flag, Jennifer Bishop. She lives in St. John's.
Northwest Territories, les territoires du Nord-Ouest. The flag is being carried by Robin Frew of Yellowknife, a softball player.
We saw Robin coming in earlier. He's pretty versatile. He'll play any place in the infield and also as a pitcher.
Nova Scotia, La Nouvelle-Écosse. Nova Scotia's flag is carried by
Christopher Craig, who won the only rowing medal for Nova Scotia just last night in the finals.
Now read that.
Prince Edward, Île de Prince Edward, whose flag is carried by Donald McKenzie, Charlottetown, a soccer player.
Donald McKenzie is 20 years of age, and he attends the University of Prince Edward Island.
Québec, le Québec, dont le corps est en art et suivi de maître elle joue au basketball.
She's a basketball player, 21 years old.
Saskatchewan, La Saskatchewan. The Saskatchewan flag is being carried by a swimmer from Moose Jaw, Robin Gurlevich.
And Robin got their medal in the 100 backstroke. The 16-year-old took a bronze.
Le Yukon, whose flag is carried by Peter Camus, Whitehorse, a festival performer, Arctic Forest.
As we mentioned earlier, they had no athletes here, but they certainly brought a lot of people down for the Festival by the Sea.
And New Brunswick, le Nouveau-Brunswick, whose flag is being carried by Johnson Richard.
Well, of course, a partisan crowd cheering Jocelyn, softball player.
Mesdames et messieurs, il va sans dire que les Jeux du Canada sont l'occasion d'une grande réunion fraternelle, the flower of our youth. These games have brought them all together. Voici le Canada. Here is Canada.
Madame Sauvé waving the flags that were given to each guest here at the closing ceremonies, each in a different color to recognize the colors of the provinces and territories.
I never cease to marvel at the wonderful setting here, looking down over the river. It's just beautiful.
Athletes, we are gathered here to say farewell, not as provinces or territories, nor as competing teams, but all together as friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, we should pause for a moment to reflect on the significance of everything we have enjoyed these last 2 weeks. We'll be led in the invocation by the Most Reverend Harold L. Nutter, Archbishop of the Anglican Diocese of Fredericton.
Dr. McMillan, please report to St. Joseph for emergency. Dr. McMillan.
Reverend Nutter became bishop in 1980.
Heavenly Father, we gather here in joy and love. You have given us life, health, strength, and talent. In the exercise of these during these days together, we have grown in understanding and community and carry with us relationships, friendship, and deepened commitments. It is with thanksgiving for all these experiences and for one another that we come to this day. We ask your continuing presence with each of us and your blessing on every person here. May the spirit and challenge of these games continue with each of us all our days, that we may grow in love and service to others and in commitment to your will for our lives, to your honor and glory. Amen.
And once again, the sun has come out. And we'll be back with more of these ceremonies after this pause.
Boland's FMC diesel-powered tractors, the work machines, with 5 sizes of tractors, 15 to 29 horsepower. Ground-gripping 4-wheel drive tractors that give you power where you need it. Use it with a loader or backhoe, or a tiller or cultivator, with a standard 3-point hitch and 3 PTO speeds. Want a mowing machine that can handle any size job? Then see the Boland's FMC diesel tractors at your nearest dealer.
Available at Hawkins Equipment, Fredericton, and Chitticah's Lawn and Garden, St. John.
Driving a car today is costing more than ever in life and insurance. You can help reduce them both. Drive ready for the unexpected, observing traffic regulations. Be courteous. Remember, you're not the only one on the road. Please, help keep the loss of life and cost of insurance down. Mitchell and McConnell Limited reminds you to drive safely. Is your car locked?
We're back live at the Canada Game Stadium for the closing ceremony. Waiting for the master of ceremonies.
No one deserves our thanks more than one person. Mesdames et messieurs, le président des Jeux du Canada, the president of the Canada Game, Richard Olin.
Richard Olin, a very proud man today.
And you really can't say enough about what he has contributed to the success of these games. He's been every place.
Your Excellency, guests, athletes, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, today,
This is a bilingual province.
Today I am certain of two things. That words are not enough to describe the feeling in this stadium, and that between us, we have made these games the best Canada Games ever. Only once in a while does a city of our size have a chance to show what it can do. Well, I believe we've done it. We have shown that St. John is the greatest little city in the East. Every day during the past 2 weeks, a quarter of our citizens have gone to the competitions and festival. You can feel the great enthusiasm everywhere. This enthusiasm is shown in the dedication of the 5,800 volunteers who have willingly given their time to make these games such a success. My personal thanks to you. This success will be forever recognized as we leave a positive, long-lasting heritage of human and physical resources in our community and in this province. The legacy remains of our new and outstanding facilities, and the legacy obtained through sound fiscal management should aptly assist in the continued development of athletes and leadership skills of this province. We came to these games as provinces and teams. We go out from the country united as never before. Together, we have played our role in building our nation. You, by taking part in Jeux of Canada Games 85, and we in our port city being hosts. In the end, we have shared great friendship. Together, we hope you will remember sunny St. John as warmly as you will always remember us. Thank you.
Dick was so emotional, he actually strayed from his text a little bit.
We are a proud people in St. John, proud of our heritage, and proud to have held the games in our city.
As the person who's going to be introduced now needs no introduction anymore to any of us who've been here.
And our mayor, Madame Elsie Wade.
Your Honors, Mr. Premier, Honorable Ministers, your Grace, athletes, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs. It is with a wee tear in my eye today that I stand here before you to lower the curtain and to extinguish the flame of 2 weeks of tremendous competition with the Games and a warm and sharing of cultures with our Festival by the Sea. We say to our visitors and citizens, nos visiteurs et nos citoyens, merci. Thank you for making us proud to be citizens of St. John. Thank you for being proud, making us proud to be New Brunswickers and proud to be Canadians. To know, I'm thrilled with New Brunswick's performance. Although we did not win the greatest number of medals, we sure came out a winner all the way. Many of our athletes exceeded their personal best. That means that our young people went into these competitions saying, I'm going to do better than I ever did before. And they did do better than they have ever done before. And I want to congratulate all the athletes who participated in the Games for their great performance. I understand that New Brunswick has won 8 more medals this time around than they did the last time they participated in the Canada Games. organizers set out to give us a spectacular event. And ladies and gentlemen, we have had a spectacular event. They gave us an extravaganza we've never seen before. The Festival by the Sea focused our attention on the wonderful cultural mosaic of this beautiful country. It was the ultimate in sharing. It has provided our citizens and our visitors a rare opportunity to expand their cultural experience and strengthen the bonds of friendship between provinces and territories. We are left with many legacies of thousands of volunteers who are ready to step forward and give unselfishly of their time to make this community a better place to live. We are left with a legacy of facilities that will enable New Brunswick athletes for the first time ever to train within their native province for national and international events. We are left but more important than all of these, we are left with a legacy of friends from every province and territory in Canada who I know will speak of the hospitality they have received here in St. John. Nos visiteurs garderont de bons souvenirs, des compétitions, des chansons, des danses, et de la hospitalité de notre région. We are left with the memories of an enchanted 2 weeks. The last 3 years of bicentennial celebrations have made us proud of our history and proud of our culture, and they have taught us to speak out and tell others about the unique beauty and warmth of St. John and New Brunswick. I want to thank both levels of government, the federal and provincial, the 5 major sponsors, and Dick Olin, the president of the Canada Games Society, and all his people. And more importantly, I want to thank you, the citizens, who came out to every venue. I thank you for your support. Our Canada Games song states, "Nothing can stop us now." Well, ladies and gentlemen and visitors, you have had a small taste of the hospitality in St. John, New Brunswick. I say to you, keep your eyes on this beautiful old incorporated city, for we've been recharged like an old battery, and nothing can stop us now.
And you've got to believe Elsie Wayne.
She has been every place, to every venue, to most events.
And speaking without a shred of bias, as the mayor of the greatest little city in the East, I know these were the best Canada Games ever. Thank you very much.
Way to go, Elsie.
Ladies and gentlemen, a new award enters into Games history today.
Mesdames et messieurs, la Société des Jeux du Canada.
We're going to have the new award next. You'll hear all about it, but it's the Jack Pellich Award, being presented for the first time here in St. John. Henceforth, it will be one of 3 awards for competition among the provincial and territorial teams taking part in the Canada Games. The other 2 being the Games Flag awarded to the overall winner of the Centennial Cup, which goes to the most improved territory or province.
Au cours des Jeux du Canada.
The Jack Pellich Award, created by the Interprovincial Sport and Recreational Council, honors the man who has been chairman of the Canada Games Council since 1969. The Jack Pellich Award recognizes the province or territory whose mission staff, coaches, managers, and athletes best combine performance, good sportsmanship, and a spirit of fair play, cooperation, and friendship. The award itself is a light green soapstone carving depicting 2 Inuit wrestling. This work of art is 12 inches high and weighs 30 pounds. It was carved by Adam Kilabuka of Pangdirtang, Northwest Territories. We are pleased to have Jack Pellich with us today.
The winning province or territory is selected by representatives of the 4 interprovincial sport and recreation councils on the Canada Games Council. They gathered the viewpoints of mission members, athletes, coaches and managers, key members of the Canada Games Council and Host Society, and others involved in the Games. The award is to be presented at each Games closing ceremony by the Provincial Minister of Sport in the host province. For 1985, the Honourable Leslie I. Hull, Minister of Youth and Recreation, has the privilege of making the first presentation.
J'invite l'honorable
Like
Leslie
Mayor
Hull,
Wayne, the Honourable Mr. Hull has been every place in constant presence during the entire run of the Games.
Last night he was out at the rowing finals, proudly waving that flag at the end of the pier.
Will present the Jack Pellick Award.
This is the first of a number of breathtaking moments, particularly for the delegations, of course.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's with a great deal of pleasure and a tremendous honor for me to present the Jack Pellick Award to the province of New Brunswick.
Well, there is something.
What a fitting tribute for all the hospitality that has been shown in this province. There you see the canary yellow flag, which is the color, the team color for New Brunswick.
Well, the New Brunswick athlete selected to accept the Pellick Award for her province is Krista Burris, who won 2 silver medals in breaststroke swimming in both the 100 and 200. A delightful young lady. I had the opportunity of talking with her several times, but she will be escorted, you can be very, very sure, by the entire New Brunswick team.
So much for choosing 2 people. I don't blame them, I must say.
She's a delightful sports lady, and she's also very intense. And she was thrilled with her silver medal, but she said, I really thought I was going to win a gold. It took record-shattering performances to beat her.
Chris Flood, also from St. John, was the other person who is amongst that huge group down on the field. There they are accepting the award. A fine young rower and very personable as well. There they go, Krista and Chris.
And so for the very first time, the Pellick Award. And they were all great sportsmen as well as genial hosts. Mr. Hull congratulating his people. And well, he might be very, very proud of them.
Accepting on behalf of New Brunswick,
there's that
our chef de mission, Suzanne Mason, and athlete Krista Burris of Sackville and Chris Flood of St. John.
And it's something that we have here in Canada that nobody else has, that form of art. They're so intricate, they're wonderful things, and every time you look at a piece of art like that, you see something new in it. Everybody's pretty happy about this. The New Brunswick delegation en masse came out to support their recipients of the award.
And the players out at Shamrock Park, involved in tennis from New Brunswick, thank their host city.
Your Excellency.
Mr. Hull.
Your Excellency, platform guests, athletes, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to have presented the Jack Pellick Award to the province of New Brunswick, to recognize the man who was largely responsible for the Canada Games being what it is. Jack Pellick has been chairman of the Canada Games Council since it began. He has been dedicated to the Games and our young athletes. For those reasons, the Interprovincial Sport and Recreation Council has donated this Inuit carving as a new Canada Games award. It will be presented to a team selected by a jury of the council. And for me, the Pellick Award embodies the essence of sport and the Canada Games. It is awarded for competitive performance, sportsmanship, fair play, and friendship. All of those elements have certainly been visible during the last 2 weeks. We have seen keen competition. New records have been set, and many athletes have turned in personal best performances. Yet, despite the intense competition, a spirit of friendliness has existed. The Canada Games is a sport event. It is also a social, cultural, and education experience for our young athletes. It helps to develop our country's future Olympians, leaders, and citizens. It instills in them all the values we cherish as a nation. From what I've seen in the last 2 weeks, our future is in good hands. The words of the game's songs have never been more true. Canada is indeed coming on strong. Plus fort encore. Merci beaucoup. Bonne chance à tous.
Jack Pellick Award. Jack Pellick, a lawyer from Hamilton, Ontario. He's up there in the stands, proudly watching this award being presented for the first time.
To capture the essence of the Jack Pellick Award, which symbolizes the Games, and to honor its spirit, we offer to all Canadian athletes the dance first performed at the Canada Games opening ceremonies.
C'est aux athlètes
Yes, this is going to be the blue and white dancers. Lovely blue and white costumes, flowing costumes. We saw them in the opening ceremonies, and now they're back once more on the circular center stage.
All these young women from St. John and the area.
In the dance of the white friendship.
These people range in age from 12 to 20, and the irrepressible Mr. Hugo Depot of Montreal choreographed their performance. He has been the mastermind behind the staging of both opening and closing ceremonies, and he said after the opening ceremonies that the closing would be even better. I know that expectations have been raised, he said, but I say to everyone, as he said this after the opening, the closing will be better.
He also added that the closing ceremonies would be filled with nostalgia. From what we've seen so far, he's right. There we see the doves carried high above the stage. championship.
We have an awful lot more music and dancing and spectacle to come to you on these closing ceremonies. You're seeing them live from the Canada Games Stadium in St. John. I'm Ted Reynolds with Sue Prestige. We hope you're enjoying the finale of what's been a wonderful 2 weeks.
Now, looking ahead to give you just a hint of the flavor of the 1987 games to be held in Nova Scotia, we present the skirl of the pipes and the flair of the Highland kilt.
Oh, we're going to have a Strathspey and a Highland Reel. 32 dancers from St. John, Rothsay, and the surrounding areas. And, of course, the pipers to accompany them. Legend has it, in the old days, I don't think I should say this, somebody will get upset. In Scotland, villagers would dance a reel just to keep warm while waiting outside the church for the village priest. And don't phone me about that. It's taken from the official research of the games themselves.
I will back Ted up on that. But the Scots are known to have a good sense of humor. I'm sure they won't take offense, Ted.
Indeed. Well, certainly, we're up in Cape Breton for the next Winter Games. You're going to see and hear an awful lot of it. We did last night. They had a real ceilidh here in town. They were all the people from Cape Breton were down. It was grand fun. To introduce them once more, the heraldic trumpeters have come out on the scene. Well, all we need now is a cue from somebody.
That's your cue.
Oh, here it is. I knew it would happen. These dancers were instructed by Susan Wood. The assistant instructor is Avril Wood. Local people.
Susan and Avril have both been competitors throughout the Maritimes and Canada in the art of Highland dancing.
We have kilts of many, many different tartans out there at the present time.
Show you how hardy these Cape Bretoners are. As I made my way around the world over the last 6 months, I discovered that there is a town called Waipu in New Zealand that was settled in the late 1800s by Scottish people who were living in Cape Breton. They sailed all the way to New Zealand. I imagine some athletes who competed here and might have the possibility of going on to the Commonwealth Games will be seeing this type of thing in Edinburgh and Scotland next summer, Ted.
They certainly will for the Commonwealth Games. The last time we were there in 1970, at one stage of the game, they had over 400 pipes and drums out in the middle of the field, the massed pipes and drums of the British Army, and it was absolutely marvelous.
Centennial Cup, a gift to the Canada Games from the city of Kingston, Ontario. It is awarded to the province or territory that has shown the greatest improvement since the last Summer Games in which they competed.
The Centennial Cup for the most improved team has gone to Prince Edward Island, Northwest Territories, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, the Yukon Territory, Nova Scotia, and in 1983 at the last Winter Games to Saskatchewan.
The tremendous support the minister and his department have given to these summer games has contributed enormously to their success. Representing the Minister of State for Fitness and Amateur Sports, we welcome our Federal Minister of State for Forestry, the Honorable Gerald Merrithew.
Your Excellency, Your Honors, Your Worship, Premier, Mr. Minister, Your Grace, other distinguished guests, distinguished invités, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the sunniest city in Canada. At least for the last 2 weeks. It is my pleasure to bring greetings from the Government of Canada as we bring to a close 2 magnificent weeks of activities in St. John. La population et les visiteurs de notre magnifique pays viennent de passer 2 merveilleuses semaines remplies des mois de divertissement, de loisirs et d'excellence dans le domaine du sport. Quelle plus belle façon d'accroître notre compréhension et notre connaissance des liens qui unissent notre grand pays. Je suis heureux de voir que les citoyens de Saint-Jean et du Nouveau-Brunswick ont pu contribuer de façon aussi intense au succès des Jeux du Canada. Merci Saint-Jean, merci le Nouveau-Brunswick, et merci tous les Canadiens. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we have fulfilled a dream. It was a dream that started well over a decade ago when the St. John Common Council of 1971, of which I happen to be a member, and a group of our interested citizens made the first application to host the Canada Summer Games. All the rest is history. In the last 2 weeks, Canada's finest young athletes have done their best to bring honor to themselves, their coaches, their families, and the province they so proudly represent. Long will they remember the long hours of training, the pre-game tensions, the excitement of tough competition, the ecstasy of winning, even the disappointment of losing, but above all, their newly made friends. These young Canadians can go home confident that win or lose, they have done their best. To Dick Oland, the Society, and to Les Hull, to the New Brunswick organizers and the thousands of volunteers, you can be confident you'll put on the best Canada Games ever.
Just a little more than a presentation speech.
The people of Canada can take comfort in the fact that our country is now more united because of the Jeux Canada Games. Interprovincial competition and travel broadens our understanding of the mosaic that is Canada. In the final moments of the 1985 Jeux Canada Summer Games, I'm reminded of a Chinese proverb that best epitomizes the situation as we all go our separate ways. And it goes like this: happy to meet, sorry to part, happy to meet again. Merci. It is now my pleasant duty and honor to present a man great in Canadian sports, Mr. Jack Pellick, President of the Canada Games Council. Merci.
Here is a very busy man who has also been visiting all the venues throughout the last 2 weeks.
On behalf of the Canada Games Council, it's my great honor and pleasure to present the Centennial Cup Award to the winning provincial team. And that team, that province, is the great province of Manitoba.
For Manitoba! for the first time in its history, wins the Centennial Cup as the most improved province. And again, the whole team is coming out, along with Carol Plain, a basketball player, and Hans Hochschuss, an oarsman. Manitoba hosted the Canada Winter Games in '79 in Brandon. Where I think one day it was 46 below zero and Don Whitman froze his nose.
Frostbite could not hit at a worse time. There they're proudly displaying one of those directional signs right down in front, handily taken off one of the posts. There we see Carol Plone and Hans Hochschuss, both from Winnipeg, in fact, accepting the award.
The other person accompanying them, of course, is their chef de mission. That's Gordy Cook from Manitoba. Straightening them around to make a correction on that name. It's Gordy Cook from Manitoba. And look at that beautiful Centennial Cup. That's Mr. Desjardins, the Minister of Sport from the province of Manitoba as well. He's representing Manitoba here as the official provincial representative at the closing ceremonies.
In a sense, Ted, this award, maybe even more important than total points, really demonstrates the effort it's taken by the athletes and coaches to get to this level.
It's a magnificent trophy. And we'll be back with more of these closing ceremonies, but first, let's take this pause.
The pure goodness that goes into Baxter milk goes into everything Baxter produces. And it's been that way for generations. If it's Baxter, you know it's good. It always was.
This is it, the first sale you've been dreaming about. This is it, the sale you must see to believe. Hundreds off on magnificent jackets, strollers, coats. It's Chiasson Fur's biggest sale in years. Fantastic fur fashions at fantasy prices. But can it be true sale? This is it. Now at Chiasson Furs, we've got your number and it's beautiful. This is it, the sale at Chiasson Furs.
The Centennial
Canada
Cup
Games
was accepted
Stadium, scene of the closing ceremonies.
Bill Crook and two athletes from Winnipeg, Carol Plain and Hans Hochschuss.
They're just announcing again the recipients of the Centennial Cup for the province of Manitoba.
We in New Brunswick are very proud that the 1985 Canada Games were awarded to this province. And we in St. John consider it an honor to stage the games in our city.
The support given by the people of the province has been overwhelming. This has been symbolized by the massive contribution of the provincial government to bid farewell to our friends from across Canada. Mesdames, Messieurs, le Premier Ministre du Nouveau-Brunswick, we welcome the Premier of New Brunswick, the Honorable Richard Hatfield.
Mr. Hatfield, of course, had to go away for a while to Newfoundland for the Premier's Conference, but is back now.
Your Excellency, Your Honors, Your Worship, athletes, what a celebration. And wow, what we have to celebrate. Nous célébrons ici aujourd'hui parce que vous, les athlètes, avez donné votre maximum. You contributed so much to the excitement in every competition. And we celebrate a new Canadian record being set by Dick Olin, the St. John Jeux Canada Games Committee, and the thousands of wonderful volunteers. Together you did succeed in making the Jeux Canada Games 85 the best ever. We celebrate the success of the first and popular Festival by the Sea, Festival de Mer, un spectacle grandiose. We celebrate the excellence of the hospitality, encouragement, and support of the people of St. John, Grand Bay, and Renfort. You must be proud. We are proud of you. Thank you, Your Worship. Personally, as Premier of New Brunswick, I want to say how proud I am of the results of the years of work done by Les Hall, the Department of Youth, the New Brunswick sports governing bodies, and the coaches of the athletes of New Brunswick. Your best reward is that our athletes have won 3 gold and set a Canada Games record: 4 silver, 7 bronze, and 119 1/2 points. The greatest ever achievement for our province in the history of the Games. Congratulations, Les. Congratulations, félicitations, et je vous remercie, les athlètes. And, ladies and gentlemen, we thank the Government of Canada and through you, Your Excellency, the people of Canada. At the end of today, we will have memories and we will have facilities that we will use here to mold and build the future champions of Canada. Thank you.
Words from the Premier of New Brunswick, Richard Hatfield.
Son Excellence, la très honorable Jeanne Sauvé, gouverneur général du Canada, remettra maintenant le drapeau officiel des Jeux du Canada au chef de mission de la province qui a accumulé le plus de points au cours des Jeux.
It's a real pleasure to have with us Her Excellency the Right Honourable Jeanne Sauvé, Governor General of Canada. Your Excellency, may we ask you to present the flag of the Games to the province that has accumulated the highest number of points.
Well, this one, of course, will be no secret at all because that is clearly the province of Ontario.
They've managed to win that honor 6 times already in Canada Games competitions.
The flag is awarded, le drapeau est attribué to Ontario, l'Ontario.
And the largest contingent of athletes here at the Canada Summer Games make their way out of the crowds across the field to accept this award.
Coming front and center, the athletes will be Sue-Ann Teeple from Hamilton. She's a softball player. And Bill Laidlaw from Brockville, who's an oarsman. And Jim Bradley is the mission rep. But the entire team's coming out. They call this the Big Red Machine.
James Bradley, chef de mission de l'Ontario, et Sue-Ann Teeple de l'équipe de softball, et Bill Laidlaw, aviron, reçoivent le drapeau des Jeux au nom de leur province.
The chef de mission, James Bradley of the province of Ontario, Sue Ann Tipel of the softball team and Bill Laidlaw of rowing are accepting the game's flag for their province.
Ted, Bill Laidlaw won 2 gold medals just last night, one in the heavy eights, one in men's 4. That's, of course, out of the rowing venue.
It's a little unusual to see the Governor General of Canada being embraced by young athletes, but that, too, I guess, is part of the spirit of the games.
Protocol has gone by the boards. And there you see the Canada Games flag. Each green segment indicating the provinces and territories.
And of course, the official games flag is flying and has been since 2 weeks ago tomorrow, when it was raised here for the opening ceremonies. And now the presentation flag is being folded.
Nous vous demandons de bien vouloir déclarer la clôture officielle des Jeux du Canada. Your Excellency, we ask you to officially close these Canada Games.
Big Ontario chair being acknowledged by Her Excellency.
Your Honors, Mr. Premier, Ministers, Madam Mayor, distinguished guests, athlètes et entraîneurs, athletes and coaches, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames, messieurs. History has taught us that the greatest nations of both antiquity and of modern times have been those which have cultivated and encouraged athletic sports. The success of these games in New Brunswick is no doubt proof that Canada is worthy of membership in that ancient and respected fraternity, and that she will continue to carry on in the tradition of those great nations. En aucun moment au cours de cette année internationale de la jeunesse avons-nous eu une meilleure occasion de nous rappeler l'énorme potentiel et les multiples talents des jeunes de notre pays. Les événements des 2 dernières semaines en ont été l'indiscutable témoignage et la plus impressionnante manifestation. Nous en avons eu la preuve dans l'application qu'ont démontré les jeunes athlètes au cours de leur entraînement, aussi bien que dans les compétitions. Dans leur fair play, leur esprit sportif et leur engagement indéfectible dans la recherche de l'excellence. Toutes ces qualités demeureront lors même qu'aura retenti le dernier coup de sifflet et qu'aura pris fin la dernière étape de la course. C'est sur ces qualités qu'ils pourront bâtir leur avenir et se développer. Il ne fait pas de doute que parmi ce groupe de jeunes, dévoués et talentueux, émergeront nombreux les futurs chefs de file. Tous nos compatriotes y voient, comme moi, une raison de se réjouir et de croire en l'avenir. I would like to say a personal word of thanks to the organizers and supporters of these games. Through your vision and your efforts, you have created a truly Canadian event, one that is committed to the excellence of athletic competition while acknowledging and encouraging the very important social and cultural potential of sporting events. It is a rare and wonderful formula you have developed, and one which well serves the interests of our country. I am certain that this closing ceremony holds a touch of nostalgia for all those gathered here. Mixed with the satisfaction of having trained and competed to the best of your ability is the sadness of leaving behind your many new friends and acquaintances, and especially the unique spirit of camaraderie which develops within the athletic community. It is my hope that these past weeks will be remembered with great warmth and affection by each participant as a time not only of personal challenge and achievement, but one where you reached a greater awareness of what it is to be a Canadian and a stronger pride in your country and the ideals and values it represents. La recherche de l'excellence que favorisent les Jeux du Canada ne se limite pas aux seules richesses athlétiques. Je vous prie, avec insistance, de tirer parti de ce que tout cela représente comme valeur, de vous en servir afin de faire face aux défis de l'existence et de partager avec ceux et celles qui retourneront à leur foyer non seulement les fêtes qui ont marqué cet événement, mais l'inspiration que vous avez puisée dans cette merveilleuse expérience. C'est donc maintenant, avec la plus grande fierté, que je déclare les Jeux du Canada 1985 officiellement clos. It is now with great pride that I declare the 1985 Jeux Canada Games officially closed.
The capricious breezes that have blown across the stadium since the opening ceremonies, playing games with Her Excellency's hat during that speech of hers.
We certainly won't complain about a little wind after the weather we've had during the last 2 weeks, though.
The flag the Games flag is to be lowered next.
8 athlètes de l'Ontario porteront maintenant le drapeau hors du stade.
Now, the Great Games flag will be lowered and carried from the stadium by 8 athletes from the winning province of Ontario. They are Sandy Stevenson, basketball; Michelle Dupuis, softball; Carol Culloch, tennis; Allison Hickson, swimming; Andy Walker, rowing; Philip Hine, cycling; Paul Galbraith, rugby; and Jamie Batley, lacrosse.
The choir sings during the lowering of the Games flag. Games 85 continues after this.
I wonder what she's doing today, what's new in her life. Are her thoughts running free, or is she dreaming quietly? Is she feeling terrific? Is she happy and sure? Is she thinking of me the way I'm thinking of her?
When you're wondering how they're doing, isn't it worth a call?
The Irving team, always there with high performance, products, and service, invites you to join us in a salute to the athletes of the Jeux Canada Games. At Irving, we're proud to be a major sponsor of this great event. Irving, always there.
By athletes from the province of Ontario. You know, the Canada Games means a lot to the area that plays host to new facilities for sport and recreation. And that was the concept of the games. Ask Halifax or St. John's or New Westminster or Thunder Bay. But they mean a lot more than that to the people of areas throughout our country who've been directly involved. They've provided, for just a few brief moments perhaps, a feeling of being truly involved in something that makes being a Canadian just a little more important to all of us. And to paraphrase an old nationalistic poem, there is neither east nor west. We have, for a few brief shining moments at least, come together here in St. John, first of all, as Canadians. Music is being provided by the band of the 3rd Field Regiment, Loyal Company of the Royal Canadian Artillery from St. John under Captain W.F. Bruce Holder, C.D., their director of music.
The Ontario athletes waving at the spectators as they make their way around the track carrying the Canada Games flag.
In 1967, the first Winter Games, Ontario began its collection of Canada Games flags. They won again in 69 in Halifax and 71 in Saskatoon. They did not win in British Columbia in 1973 or at the Winter Games in Lethbridge in 75 when Quebec won. Quebec also won in Brandon the Winter Games in 79.
And now Richard Olin, president of the 1985 Canada Games, will place the official Games flag in the hands of the president of the 1987 Canada Games, Dr. Carl Buchanan.
So the honor is passed on from one maritime city to another, from St. John, New Brunswick, to Sydney, Cape Breton Island, Nova Scotia.
And so, the spirit of the Games is given to Nova Scotia in friendship.
It will fly proudly in that province when it is raised once again in 4 years.
And there's going to be another new departure. There have been a few departures here in St. John. And
the Games live on, and we begin
this is
today
another one,
a new tradition
just being introduced.
A Roland McClanahan torch. And this flame we will pass on to Nova Scotia.
It was the first time, of course, that the Roly McClanahan torch was used for the opening ceremonies here. Steve Fogno, the surprise guest of honor on that occasion.
Two New Brunswick athletes, Eric Raffat, swimming, St. John, and Jane Williams, basketball, of Sackville, will present the torch to Nova Scotia's athletes, David McLeod, a cyclist of Sydney, and Patricia McCormick, also of Sydney, a basketball player.
Games Council wanted to honor the memory of their former chairman and longtime member in a simple but powerfully symbolic way, and I think
With
they've
it
accomplished
goes
that.
the eternal magic of friendship that we have established here. It will live on in Nova Scotia. It will set alight the Alcan Bowl again just 2 years from now. The flame has gathered all the strength and energy of our athletes to make it bright.
Yes, that Alcan Bowl, which contains the flame, was introduced at the Winter Games in Chicoutimi.
And strength for the athletes competing in Nova Scotia in 1987. It is the link between one Canada Games and the next, a link between our people, a symbol of the continuity of the Games and the country. The memory of what it has meant to us who have shared in the joy, the achievements, the excitement of these Games will live on and is expressed in this pageant of the flame.
And now, something a little bit weird, in my opinion, for closing ceremonies, a performance to the music of Ravel's Bolero. And the last time we in the world of sport heard Ravel's Bolero, of course, as when Torvill and Dean, the incomparable British ice dancers, world and Olympic champions, performed to it in one of the most electrifying performances ever seen. You're looking now at the two New Brunswick athletes, and that young swimmer, Sue, he had them in tears when he won their first medal of the Canada Games and came up with that gold and finished with gold, silver, and bronze in the swimming pool. A young man of mixed heritage. His mother is a West German, his father an Egyptian. He was born in West Germany. His home is in St. John, and he goes to school at the University of Toronto.
And the other person is Jean Williams. She's 21 years old. She's from Sackville. Also competing in these Canada Summer Games.
You'll notice the bowl is now descending so that they can relight the torch from the flame.
That scene in the Aquatic Center as Tarek won that medal. Enthusiastic crowd applauding his great achievement.
Is a light to be passed on by New Brunswick to Nova Scotia. Those are the dancers who will perform the Bolero number, who are coming out onto the field from the four corners. And the two torchbearers from New Brunswick are mingling with them at the moment. They're from way high overhead to have a good look at the entire area as the circular stage is being mounted by these dancers. But first of all, to Mr. Olin, the flame of the torch.
One last time it is presented to this crowd in St. John. And passed to Dr. Paul Buchanan president of the Games in '87.
Yes, we'll see it next in February of 1987 in the warm, friendly city of Sydney. Central part of the dance performance, Le Ballet Moderne de Quebec. It was founded and is directed by Hugo Dupont, the choreographer here, who is producer and director of the opening ceremony as well as these clothings. And we have also, in this total of some 750 dancers, a local group aged 9 to 25 for the haunting music of Ravel's Bolero.
Mr. Dupont has had plenty of experience in organizing an event such as this. He was responsible for the Quebec ceremony at the Olympic Stadium in 1984, which greeted Pope John Paul, and also the 1976 Olympic ceremonies, both the opening and the closing. Stated that the only thing he didn't have control over these closing ceremonies was the length of the speeches. That's tended to prove true. Things are running just a little bit late.
Well, there's our last look at the rivers, Sue, I guess.
Beautiful Kennebecasis River. It was the venue for sailing, canoeing, and rowing.
This stadium was carved out of the forest primeval, essentially, here on the campus of the University of New Brunswick, St. John. The entire university is very, very new. The buildings are ultra-modern, and the architecture lends itself to the topography of the area. On this rise overlooking the river, surrounded by evergreens.
It has been mentioned that St. John applied to get the Canada Games in the early 70s. They were disappointed when their first attempt failed. But now they see the silver lining in it. Dick Olin was saying that the city has grown so much over the last 4 years. They're very proud to be finally holding it when they have all the facilities.
Mr. Dupont brought in his own ballet, the Ballet Moderne de Quebec, the 50 dancers from that school, to augment the 700 St. Johners in this Bolero pageant. He was sensitive about a commitment to put on a show staged in St. John by St. Johners, but he said, I wanted to stage a ballet for the closing. Thus, he's doing this with the Bolero, and to stage a ballet, he had to bring in more experienced dancers. They are the dancers that you see now in the black and white costumes, while the others with the yellow and black, alternating with black and yellow. That is predominantly yellow with a black belt, some predominantly black with a yellow belt. What I meant are the local 700.
Some of the dancers participating in the yellow or black and yellow, as you say, can't be more than about 8 or 9 years old. What a thrill it must be for them. There they are.
And it's been a long day for them because they were rehearsed almost unmercifully out here prior to the ceremony's beginning. Mr. DePoe is a workmaster, if nothing else. The music of Ravel's Bolero. The dancers are from Les Ballets Modernes de Quebec, augmenting some 700 local youths from the St. John area in this musical tribute to the games flame, which is a light in the Rolly McClenahan torch in the center of the circular stage as the grand finale, as the sun is bursting out over St. John and the Canada Games Stadium. pageant to the lengthy Bolero by Ravel. Choreographed by Hugo Dupont from Montreal, a transplanted Belgian. But even Ravel's Bolero eventually ends. More from the closing ceremonies of the Canada Games after this pause.
Quality Records proudly presents Willie Nelson Inspirational, a unique collection of traditional gospel favorites. Songs of infinite hope. Songs of unshakable faith. Share the experience of Willie Nelson Inspirational from Quality Records. It's in stores now.
Looking for something new in comedy? Look again.
We're together. And that no matter what happens, even if we all get married, we'll stick together.
How long is this story? I'm 80. I have to plan.
Meet the Golden Girls. They're new in town.
Blanche, are you going to marry Harry?
Marry Harry, marry Harry.
Little rhyme. Knock it off, are you?
They're single and looking for romance.
The man is a scuzzball.
You'll love them. The Golden Girls. Look again. This fall's comedy hit is on CBC television.
We're back live listening to the Masters of Ceremonies introducing the finale song here that Mr. Dupont, the choreography, wanted it to be in the program.
Now have a song of joy to sing to you. We would like to think that it comes from you as much as from the singers.
This song is dedicated to the organizing committee who, through their endeavors, have drawn us all together to realize a greater understanding of who we are.
The song is also dedicated to all those selfless volunteers who are at the heart of our success in meeting so magnificently the goals of the Canada Games.
Beethoven's Ninth, which is probably heard more frequently in one form or another than any other piece of music ever written.
Ode to Joy.
Singing and the dancers are shimmying and shaking. A number of the athletes are departing. They've been here standing for a long, long time. Daylight fireworks are bursting forth at the south end of the stadium. typical St. John fog, but it's not. It's the smoke from those fireworks. The wind is blowing it across the stadium. Special version of the Ode to Joy, which we've heard in many places on many occasions with many different types of lyrics.
The fireworks at the south end of the stadium still being the attraction. A little difficult to see.
And still the 750 ballet dancers are at the center. And still many, many of the athletes, though a number have left, and they're all looking southward now to the fireworks. They're very difficult to see in daylight on television. How do you do? We know you've had a lot of fun and given us a great show here in St. John.
Cameraman Bill Levy, who's high up on the crane.
Probably wishing he was anyplace else right at the moment.
Must have got quite a surprise when the fireworks started going off.
This one came down right on the field, a horrible-looking pink thing. Pink, frightful-looking smoke blowing all over the place down there. This is a television director's delight when nothing is happening.
Fireworks that you can't see.
I think, actually, this crowd, because of the Fagno performance, which was a surprise at the opening, had been expecting some great hero or heroine or star or something to appear. And unless it's something that's going to happen at the very last moment, that has not happened. Look at this. There's little pieces of stuff falling all over the place.
Well, if not colorful, definitely loud.
And smelly, too, because the gunpowder or whatever they use. Well, it's gone berserk now. I don't... Exploding right over the top of the stadium, and there's more smoke and smell.
That's the Kennebecasis River disappearing in the background.
We did have a little fog one day during the track and field, but it didn't really bother anything very much, and it was no heavier than that. Smoke, as a matter of fact. You notice the flag coming down from one of the aerial explosions. Oh, there's another one. Well, so much for your television picture. Please do not adjust your set.
I think I should check the date. It's more like May 24th. Earplugs might have been a good idea today, had we known, had we known.
Sounds like the Battle of the Somme. Nevertheless, it is the finale to these Canada Summer Games in St. John, New Brunswick. And fitting, too, that the Canadian flag that ties all of us together from Newfoundland to British Columbia, from southern Alberta to the frozen climes of the Northwest Territories and the Yukon, that is the symbol of Canada, as these Canada Games are the symbol of sportsmanship in this country. The Canada Games are over. We've had a great deal of fun here in St. John. We hope that you've enjoyed the coverage that we have presented daily for you of the activities of these, our Canadian athletes from right across the country. Canada Games 85 continues in a minute.
Tonight, the stadium will be empty.
Introducing Workmate, a compact work center that's ideal for every room in your home. In the kitchen, it's the family message center, perfect for organizing pens and pencils, paper, or phone messages. Or use Workmate to create a study in your bedroom. It safely supports up to 40 pounds. In the children's room, it's perfect for crafts or schoolwork. Workmate comes in 3 popular colors, beige, brown, or white. And as an extra bonus, we'll include Super Clip to organize paper, mail, or magazines. You'll also receive this handsome cordless pencil sharpener, absolutely free. And Workmate mounts firmly on wood, plaster, even concrete walls in the workshop, garage, or laundry room.
For your Workmate, phone 642-1355 or send $59.95 plus $5 postage and handling to Workmate, P.O. Box 1250, St. John, NB, E2L 4G7. COD orders add $8. That's Workmate, P.O. Box 1250, St. John, NB, E2L 4G7.
Canada Games 85 has been brought to you by Scotiabank. Just around the corner, right around the world. And Irving Oil. We're proud of our young Canadian athletes.
Well, it's hard to believe, but the 1985 Canada Games are now history. The closing ceremonies, a most colorful celebration of the spirit passing from one host city to the next. The good people of Cape Breton, now entrusted with the Winter Games, less than 2 years from now. We owe a great deal of thanks to the people of St. John who made our coverage of the Games such an enjoyable experience for us all. Special thanks to our CBC affiliate, CHSJ, home of the Canada Games Broadcast Center, and to station manager Ken Clark. The Canada Games are a great boost for St. John, beginning with the splendid new facilities. The Canada Games Stadium and the Aquatic Center, already being enjoyed by St. Johners. The experience gained by local officials and volunteers gives them the confidence to tackle future projects. St. John is a friendly, warm, attractive city, a city willing to change for the better. We have been introduced to a wonderful part of the country, Atlantic Canada. Every one of us who've been a part of the Games leaves St. John with special memories imprinted in our minds. The Canada Games show our country at its best, uniting people from the 4 corners of the land in a spirit of friendly sports competition and inviting an exchange of ideas and feelings. St. John is special. We won't forget it.
It was the pride of athletic achievement, the strength and vigor of youth, as our country came together to view those moments of truth. As the nation stood on the sidelines and watched the athletes compete, it renewed our hopes for the future when again we come to meet. And the competitors stood at the center, seeing new faces, new friends, new names, and in their eyes was reflected the spirit of the Games.
with an advantage here in this race. But the dark horse...
Opening ceremonies, we'll have them for you live after this pause.
Just where you're heading, now you're gonna make a move. Turn around, let it loose, you know what you gotta do. And you'll come out a winner, just do it and see. Break free and go your way, break free. Oh yeah, break free for a new generation of non-smokers.
Hi, I'm Linda Boyle. Monday on the CBC News for New Brunswick. 3 men charged with kidnapping a Hamilton veterinarian will be back in court in Moncton. And the controversial cod deal. Federal Fisheries Minister Tom Siddon comes to New Brunswick to defend it. That's Monday at 5:30 here on CHSJ Television. The CBC News for New Brunswick.
Now in Center 200, our Masters of Ceremonies, David Reynolds and Claudette Trudeau.
Can be turned into reality. A person with drive, determination, and leadership abilities. A person who can keep the flame of enthusiasm burning over months and even years.
Derrière toute entreprise réussie se cache un meneur. Une personne qui croit que les rêves peuvent devenir réalité. Une personne énergique et déterminée, une personne capable de nourrir la flamme de l'enthousiasme au fil des mois, voire même des années. Monsieur Carl Buchanan, président de la Société des Jeux d'hiver du Canada 1987. Dr. Carl Bucky Buchanan, president of the Hull Society 1987 Canada Winter Games.
Your Honors, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Premier, distinguished guests, athletes, friends of the Games. On behalf of the host society, welcome to the 1987 Canada Games. Bienvenue aux Jeux de Canada. With the tradition which started during the Summer Games in 1969 in Halifax, we are extremely proud to host you for these, our Winter Games. The island of Cape Breton has a strong sporting tradition. We have organized many activities to present the spirit of Cape Breton and Nova Scotia. We encourage you to discover the differences and the charm of our part of Canada. For the next 2 weeks, our team of more than 5,000 volunteers and staff are prepared to meet the challenge to excel. Thank you to the 3 levels of government, federal, provincial, and municipal, for their commitments in making these games possible. Our major corporate sponsors, Cape Breton Beverages and Pepsi, Maritime Telegraph and Telephone, Moosehead Breweries, and Ultramar Canada, have contributed so that we may enjoy more fully these games of unity and in the celebration of Canadian youth through sport. We thank you for caring. We thank you for your help. The Canada Games flag was presented to us at the end of the 1985 Summer Games in St. John. And I'm extremely proud and excited to tell you we are ready for these games. We are ready. Let the games begin. Bonne chance to all competitors.
There are over 1,000 these games. There are 2 groups. The technical officials, such as judges and referees, have come here from all over Canada. The support officials, timekeepers, and official scorers are all volunteers from Cape Breton.
And now a march on, and this is a tribute to the over 1,000 officials who, for the next 2 weeks, will make sure that everything works at these games. While the scorers are all local, there are referees, judges, arbitrators from every one of the 10 provinces and from the 2 territories. And without them, of course, no games of this magnitude could go on. And it is a tribute to them that they are being marched on to be greeted by this wonderful crowd at Center 200, all wearing their games costumes, at least the top part of it, which is a white blazer.
And they certainly have their work cut out for them, Ted. 12 teams, we've mentioned, 17 sports, numerous venues all over the next 2 weeks. And to reiterate, they are all volunteers.
Many of these people have national and international experience as judges and referees. In sports like synchronized swimming, gymnastics, you need the very best.
The theme of the 1987 Canada Winter Games is the energy of youth. And when energy travels in waves, so will these athletes.
So now the entrance of the athletes, this is unique. And the first province to enter hosted the last Winter Games, the great, the Belle province, the province of Quebec.
From the province
and they have
Quebec.
A full-size team, and this is a unique march-in that you're going to see by these athletes using up that stage at center ice. Their team captain comes from the sport of synchronized swimming. It is Marion Blais.
Bienvenue au Cap Breton et aux Jeux du Canada. My name is Myriam Blais. I'm a synchronized swimmer from Sillery, Quebec. My own province hosted the last 1982 Winter Games, and the entire country has a chance to see Quebec hospitality. Now, we expect more of the same from Nova Scotia. Bonne chance à tous. Le Cap Breton, c'est formidable.
Her compete as we cover the synchronized swimming. In the first week of competition, it's a 2-week competition, one set of athletes the first week and another set to complete the competition.
This province has a history of great performances, particularly in the Winter Games. And my figure skating commentating colleague, Tyler Cranston, who will be with me in Cincinnati in the second week of March for the World Figure Skating Championships, won the first figure skating gold medal for men at the first Canada Winter Games in Quebec City in '67. Such people as Pierre Harvey, Lucy Lacasse, Sylvia Daigle, Jamie Eggleton. They have produced this province of Quebec some marvelous Canada Games champions, and I'm quite sure with a full team that they have here and their strength in figure skating, in hockey particularly, and always in synchronized swimming that Terry was talking about, that this team from Quebec will represent itself. They have usually a very strong joust with Ontario, with British Columbia and Alberta fighting to get up there with those two all-powerful and very populous provinces.
David Renton, the production coordinator, Don Gillies, the choreographer, and the ribbon that these athletes are clasping to symbolize the waves of the Atlantic provinces. And you'll watch them wind their way over and back down like a wave.
Quebec in first because they were hosts 4 years ago when we were up in northern Quebec, the Chicoutimi area, and had such a marvelous time. We're marvelously entertained and hosted by the good people of the province of Quebec.
The athletes from the province wearing the blue with white trim, an attractive outfit. The Winter Games, they're bundled up. The province of Alberta, and they hosted the third Winter Games back in 1975 in Lethbridge. Usually Alberta, one of the top contenders at the Canada Games, usually ranking in the top 4 or 5. Of course, when we think of Alberta, what comes to mind as we watch the captain, Yosh Senda. Alberta's captain, not one of the competitors, rather, from the coaching ranks, picked a super way to celebrate his 65th birthday here at the Canada Games.
Hi there, I'm Josh Sender from Lethbridge, Alberta. I had a birthday yesterday, my 65th. They say I can't compete in the Canada Games, as an athlete anyway. Well, that's okay. I'll keep busy as a coach for the Judo Alberta. We've got some few tricks up our sleeves for the other competitors.
Well, I'm quite sure he'll have some tricks up his sleeve. Celebrated that birthday yesterday. And, of course, Alberta, being host in 75, did exceptionally well. And they were led in 75 from Lethbridge by a fat skier named Greg Hahn, who won 3 gold medals. He won all of the alpine disciplines that time. 1983, they had a gold figure skating medal by a fellow who's still very much in evidence in the Canadian figure skating world, Michael Slipchuk.
And I think that's testimony to the significance of the Canada Games as a credible competition. Names like Diane Lahode, Rick Duff, Marie Cameron, all national team members who have emerged and emanated from Canada Games competition.
And they always have a duel with Quebec for the dominance in the synchronized swimming competition, as the two provinces are historically the centers of synchro in this country. And we are, if not first, second in all the world in synchronized swimming. Most of us consider that we are in first place as far as team and individual competition is concerned now and since the Olympics. We do have the world champions and Commonwealth Games champions in Canada. We're seeing a lot of blue and white here. Quite a few of the teams are coming in wearing blue and white. And this is the first time that competitors don't have to stand for a ceremonies. Everybody gets a seat, and that is a very pleasant departure for everyone concerned.
248 strong, and they will garnish their share of medals, anticipated to be in the top 4 at these Canada Games. And all the medals are counted up after 2 weeks.
The province of British Columbia. They have a full team. Ontario, Quebec, and British Columbia entered the full number of athletes allowable, and British Columbia team flew in here on a charter, stopping in Edmonton to pick up the Alberta team. It's a long, long way for these people who've come from the West Coast right down here to Atlantic Canada. The team captain is an interesting story. He's a champion young boxer named Manny Sobral. He was selected as the team captain because of his record. He's a Golden Gloves champ. He was born in Spain but lives in British Columbia. Team captain Manny Sobral of British Columbia.
Hello, my name is Manny Sobral. I'm a Vancouver boxer, presently attending Capilano College. I'm the British Columbia provincial champion, and I'm looking forward to winning a gold medal here at the Canada Winter Games. Our team has traveled close to 5,000 kilometers to come here to Cape Breton, and I'm sure it's going to be a great experience.
Well, they're dressed in traditional British Columbia blue and gold. Some very interesting people on this team, like Willie Rain. Would you believe that Willie, one of Nancy and Al Rain's twins, is now 17 years of age, and he certainly has the breeding to be a champion skier. Also, Tracy Haight is on this BC team. She's the 18-year-old sister of 1979 double gold medalist Dee Dee Haight of Canada's national team. Felix Belchick of BC won a gold medal in '79. Rob Boyd in 1983. Those are names to be reckoned with. Kendra Kobelka won 2 golds in '83. And figure skater Linda Florkovich, who went on to World Junior honors, also won a medal, a gold, in 1983. BC expects to do extremely well, I was told, in boxing, in alpine skiing, and in figure skating. And also the ladies volleyball. They think they're very strong in that.
Well, they were very strong in 1983, Ted. Third in that medal count back in Chicoutimi. You remember it well.
I do indeed.
As a matter of fact, you remember all these games very well. How many has it been now?
Well, the only two I've missed were Quebec City and Brandon. I've been to all the summer games and all the other winter games. And I must say, I enjoy these indoor openings, Terry. I remember the second winter games in Saskatoon in 1971. And I think it was about 38 below zero when we went to an outdoor stadium for the opening ceremonies. And dear old Per Murray from Notre Dame College, in his great big beaver coat, decided he'd make a speech. And it was sort of long. I have never been so cold in all my life. It's really nice to have these indoor openings. And I'm sure it's much more pleasant for the participants as well, particularly when after they've done their march. And this is an intriguing bit of choreography for the march on. They can go and sit down and enjoy the rest of the show. After the opening march by Quebec, previous hosts, they go in alphabetical order. That's why it was Alberta and BC. Finishing up, of course, with the host province, no matter where they come alphabetically, and that is Nova Scotia, of course, this year.
Again, the choreographer, Don Gillies, production coordinator, David Renton. And they're giving the athletes a workout of a kind before the competition.
Great music, too. We've got bands and choirs and soloists and all sorts of things here. And the band that you're going to hear throughout the day is really superb. The Glace Bay School Senior Band under the direction of Barbara Stenner. The finale now of the British Columbia entry, and theirs took quite a while because they do have a full-size team. This is half the team, of course. This gang will go home at the end of the first week, and then the second half of the team will come in for the second week of competition.
Now, at every Canada Games, Centennial Cups are awarded to the team that shows the most improvement. And we are about to see the winners of the 1985 Centennial Cup as the most improved team, the team from Manitoba, wearing gold with brown trim. 1983, they were sixth in the medal count. Of course, it was back in '79 in Brandon that they hosted the fourth Winter Games.
And it was cold there, too, I'm told.
Captain for Manitoba, a 15-year-old from Winnipeg. She has the honor of being part of a first at these Canada Games.
Women's gymnastics debuts in these Canada Games, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to compete in this event. My name is Susan Cushman, and I've trained for my sport in Bulgaria, Austria, and West Germany. My Manitoba teammates and I are glad to have the chance to meet new friends in Atlantic Canada. We're going to have a ball in Cape Breton.
And we are going to have a ball watching Susie Cushman. I had the privilege of watching this youngster at the Canadian National Gymnastics Championships. And Ted, this is a star of the future.
Well, they've had some. In 1979, Bonnie Whitmire, from the amazingly athletic family. Her sister is a top-notch, nationally rated diver. She is one of the best gymnasts we've had in the last decade. And in 1979, Bonnie, representing Manitoba, won 4 gold medals in gymnastics. Bill Crook is the chef de mission for this group from Manitoba. There's much more to come, more of these athletes to enter, and we'll be back with that after this pause.
I'm Peter Graves. Today, a group of men known as the Shriners have taken on a mission to help our youth. It's a mission that's far from impossible, but they need your help. If you know a child under the age of 18 with problems of the bones or muscles who needs orthopedic medical care, in Canada, call 1-800-361-7256. Help is available at the Shriners Hospital for Crippled Children in Montreal. The Shriners of North America, helping children since 1922.
Boy, I had an absolutely great day today. Let me tell you what happened at lunchtime.
When people have a drink too many, they don't just become different. They become potentially dangerous. They think they can do things they simply cannot do.
Watch the road, honey. There's a light coming up.
I can make it.
Hun!
I can make
What's
it.
that?
There's been an accident on I-67.
If you think you're the same after you drink, think again.
This message is brought to you as a public service by the Doctors of Canada.
Welcome, everyone, across this great land of ours. From Cape Breton, I'm Ted Reynolds with Terry Leibel and Steve Armitage. We're bringing you live the opening ceremonies of the Canada Winter Games 1987. And that is the center stage here, a four-winged star-type stage at Center 200, which is the newest and most elaborate facility in this part of maritime Canada. It's a multi-purpose facility, and they're hoping to get an American Hockey League team in here very soon to play in this arena. It's also suitable for conventions, shows, and that type of thing. It's a great facility, and that's a part of the legacy, of course, of Canada Games. Well, our hosts for the last games, the Summer Games 2 years ago, the good people of New Brunswick. And now, here come the winter athletes from New Brunswick, host province of the 5th Canada Summer Games. Now they've come a-visiting across the way to Cape Breton. Figure skating is one sport they hope to do well in, and one of their figure skaters is Maria Hosi-Coet. She is their team captain and spokesman.
The 1985 Canada Games Summer Games were held in my home province, New Brunswick. My name is Marie-Josée Coet, and I'm a figure skater from Edmundston. We know all about the East Coast hospitality, and we're really excited to be competing in our neighboring province, Nova Scotia.
The strengths of Ontario, Quebec, British Columbia being the top three in the medal count. Well, in Chicoutimi in '83 at the last Winter Games, this province of New Brunswick was 8th in the medal count, and they are looking to move up in those standings here in '87.
Yeah, they had 3 medals in boxing. They had 1 in figure skating, and they had a gold medal in racquetball. Won 5 gold medals there, and we're pretty happy with that because they are not renowned as a great Winter Games province. They're very, very strong in rhythmic gymnastics, and until the advent of those strong teams from Ontario and British Columbia, really they were sort of forerunners in the rhythmic gymnastic world, where the good people from New Brunswick, they have got a good legacy in there, and they'll put in some good competition. Their chef is Pierre Turmel.
And their colors, the bright gold with blue trim, 197 athletes on hand, and they will compete in every sport but one. And Ted, you mentioned the legacy of Canada Games. So many areas in this country have benefited from the Canada Games being present in their community.
Well, they really have, and certainly that is evident here with this building. I'm quite sure they wouldn't have had it at the present time without the Canada Winter Games to help them along. And that's what a part of the whole thing is. And it's a combination of funds provided by all levels of government, federal government, and the Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Brian Mulroney, and his wife Mila, and one of their sons, Mark, is here representing the federal government, along with the Honorable Otto Jalnik, the minister responsible for sport, and then the province, of course, and Premier Buchanan has come up from Halifax. He was here for a big announcement that really was welcomed in this part of the world earlier in the week, a fiscal thing. And then, of course, the municipal government, and they, too, are represented here. And also representing the province of Nova Scotia to show her intense interest in the thing is His Honor Lieutenant Governor Abraham. So all levels of government are well represented here, and all showing marked enthusiasm as we continue at Center 200 with the march-in of the athletes.
And our team that we've been waiting for from Newfoundland, 237 athletes present. Their team colors maroon, competing in 16 out of 17 sports. And St. John's, you might recall, hosted the 3rd Summer Games. That was back in '77. And in that year, Newfoundland was the most improved team. And they, in turn, received the Centennial Cup.
We had a ball in Newfoundland in 1977. I tell you, these people are very lucky to be here, Terry. I heard just a few minutes before coming over that the snowfall in St. John's this season is now up to 323 centimeters or something like that. It would cover a 1-story building, and it's still snowing over there. The ferries were stopped. The roads were impassable. They did manage to keep the St. John's Airport open, but getting off or onto the island has really been a problem. They have had a bag full of weather in this part of the world over the last few weeks.
The captain for Newfoundland, one of the elders of the squad at 18 years of age, wears his team colors for the 2nd time at the Canada Games.
My name is Dwayne Power. I'm a figure skater from Stephenville, Newfoundland. I was fortunate enough to compete in the 1983 Winter Games, winning a silver medal in the pre-novice category. Now it's nice to be on Newfoundland's Island, Cape Breton, where the ice is keen as can be.
Well, it's nice to have you here. You and all of your teammates wearing those maroon-covered, fur-trimmed parkas. Look very, very sharp. In here, you don't really need a parka, but...
Oh, they will when they go outside. I asked Ted earlier this morning, come for a walk with me. Let's get a little exercise. No, he said, it's too cold.
Are you mad? It was 16 below zero when you asked me to go out and have a walk.
It's a magnificent day in Cape Breton. The sun is out, and, you know, we have heard about all the snow. You mentioned the snow in Newfoundland, and I thought when we were going to arrive here in Nova Scotia, there would be a pile of snow, but it isn't too bad in Sydney where we are for these opening ceremonies.
All right, I'll take your word for it. Oh, yeah, it is very, very, I'll admit it's sunny, and as long as you're indoors looking out, it's great.
The marching continues as we look on at the opening ceremonies.
Hear what they're playing for the Newfoundland contingent?
I'm jogging my memory. What is it, Ted?
We heard it in Edinburgh on the 2nd of August when we closed the Commonwealth Games.
You know, folks, he does this to me every time. It definitely has a Scottish flavor to it. Its name?
Road to the Isles they were playing. They've changed it now.
We are going to hear some great music ahead in these opening ceremonies. And believe me, Ted Reynolds will be able to identify most of the songs for you.
Well, we've got that magnificent 85-member band. We also have a choir of 188 members with some of the finest choral singers from Cape Breton in it, male and female. It's a marvelous, marvelous choir.
Along with those singers, some very talented musicians.
Oh, you're going to see some of the very best, and what we've been told, some of the very best that Cape Breton has to offer during these ceremonies. But we are still introducing the athletes as they do this routine. It has to be choreographed. If they went the wrong way, I don't know what would happen, but no one has gone the wrong way yet, and the Newfoundlanders have now made their entrance and are going to their appointed seats.
It is a good thing they're holding on to the ribbon. That assures the choreography.
From the coldest land come what many of us consider to be the warmest people. These are the athletes who've traveled, some of them over 500 kilometers from the Northwest Territories. And they always put on a great show. They enjoy themselves so much. And they have to travel thousands of miles across the territories to compete, to earn the right to come down here and represent the territories at these Canada Games. Their team captain is Renée Fournier, and she came down here from the north, and she carries their flag. She is their spokesman.
Hi, my name is Renée Fournier, and I'm from the city of Yonge. I'm a member of the Northwest Territories volleyball team. The people here in Cape Breton are great, and the Northwest Territories team is looking forward to the experience.
Their chef de mission is Roland Gagnon, who is a chef for the 2nd time for the territories.
past winners with international and Canadian team status, Shirley and Sharon Firth, 1971, and they were the national cross-country team and members of 4 Olympic squads, Ted.
Yes, Shirley and Sharon were lady cross-country skiing in this country for a long, long time. Was it 71 that they?
Yes.
I can't quite remember the cross-country in Saskatoon, but well do I remember Blackstrap Mountain. They invented a mountain for the alpine skiing, and at that time, Nancy Rain was my color commentator on the skiing. And here, of course, now her son, one of her twin boys, will be representing his province, British Columbia, skiing in the Canada Game.
108 athletes from the Northwest Territories are here. They will compete in 8 sports at the Games. In 83 in Chicoutimi, they only walked away with 1 silver medal. And that put them in 11th spot overall.
Participation is the byword, though, in the Canada Games, and that's what they come here for. To participate, to make new friends, and to learn.
The laser lights welcoming the provinces, part of this great coordinated production by David Renton. You notice that the lights are dimmed in the perimeter of the arena, but I can assure you that it is filled to capacity, and the people are awaiting the march of more teams to come, including the home team. They're still to come. They'll be the last to march in at the 87 Winter Games.
People in this part of the country have been talking about nothing but the Winter Games and these opening ceremonies for the last several weeks. It's been a constant build-up to almost a fever pitch. And last night, no matter where you went, it was, are you going to the opening of the Games? There's some of the spectacular laser part of this opening ceremony. It is a festival of light in many ways. A little difficult at times for some of our CBC cameramen who are doing an absolutely incredible job down there finding light.
And here comes the province they call the Big Red Machine from Ontario. You are looking at a team with a total number of 252. They will compete in all 17 sports wearing the red with white trim. Now, the top teams from the Canada Games received the game flag in 1983, and for 7 out of 10 times, the province of Ontario has captured that flag.
You don't come from Ontario by chance, then?
Oh, well, occasionally they find me around Toronto. Ontario's captain is 16 years old, and although her province, as I mentioned, has dominated the games, her own sport is still, interestingly enough, looking for gold.
Hi, I'm Kelly Hogan from Toronto, a member of Ontario's synchronized swim team. My home city is bidding for the 1996 Olympics, but to all the young athletes here in Cape Breton competing in the next 2 weeks, these Canada Games are like an Olympic experience for us. We're all really excited and ready to compete.
Terry, you were talking about the history, the marvelous history of this province in Canada Games summer and winter. Well, looking at Winter Games, some of the nationally known names of people who've represented them. The very first time from Thunder Bay, John Ritchie went down and was representative and winner in skiing in Quebec. And he, of course, went on to be the coach, the extremely successful coach of the Crazy Canucks. Bob Gainey, who at one time was called by the Soviets the greatest hockey player in the world, was on the medal team for Ontario in '71. Brian Orser, who we hope to see win the World Figure Skating Championship next month in Cincinnati, won in '75. And we'll be back as Ontario marches in. More of these openings after this.
Explore freewheeling excitement in a Ford tough truck from Lamb Ford Sales Sussex. Go for a Ranger STX with sporty trim and performance-tuned handling suspension. A Bronco 2 for $87, a vehicle that's loaded with fun for the entire family. Or how about a hard-working, rugged Ford F-Series pickup with electronic fuel injection? For Ford tough quality, visit Lamb Ford Sales Sussex, where you'll get the best deal around. There's no doubt about it.
Hi, I'm Lil. I live here on the Blue Rainbow. Want to know who else lives here? Well, there's Rupert the Clown and Django with his songs, Giselle with her puppets and Gloria's rounds, Dippy's poems and Magical Paul, Bugs and Toads with Sun King and stories for all. We've got Lakshman, our strongman, and that's no joke. We've even got our own rainbow soap. We can go into Fableland, and that's pretty far, or sit in a quiet place and talk to Scar. There's one more space left here just for you, so join us. That's the Blue Rainbow here on CHSJ weekdays at 11 o'clock.
We are back live at Center 200 in Sydney, Cape Breton for the opening ceremonies of the 1987 Canada Winter Games. I'm Ted Reynolds along with Terry Leibel. And there is the band, the Glace Bay School Senior Band, 85 members strong, directed by Barbara Stetter. They are a fine musical organization, and just to the side of them, marching out now, comes the representative team from the small island, from Prince Edward Island. 77 athletes have come across the water from the island, and they are very, very welcome. They are wearing their own traditional Kelly green ski jackets, navy blue pants. They won a gold in '83 in racquetball. The team captain is Allison Mowat, and Allison carries the flag, and Allison will be the first spokesman for the team from Prince Edward Island.
I'm from the small but very proud province of Prince Edward Island. I'm Allison Howitt, a figure skater who lives in Kensington. We share a lot with the people of Cape Breton who are hosting these Canada Games. We may not often be in the national spotlight, but once you get to meet and know us, we're sure you're going to like us.
I'm sure we will get to enjoy them and like them. And they were that, we mentioned that Centennial Cup. In '71, I guess you'd recall that they won it. But they haven't achieved the accumulation of medals I think they want to. Do you think they'll improve upon their 4 medals in '83?
They're hoping to. Their best finish was a 6th last time around up Chicoutimi, and that was their lady curlers. And of course, the island has always been very, very strong in curling in the senior and in the high school and junior ranks, so they could do well there again. The curling competition here is going to be, I'm told, very, very tense. It was in Chicoutimi, but I'm told it could be of even higher caliber. It's among these people, none of them can have taken part in international or national teams, of course, when they come here. And the caliber of curling by the people who come to the Canada Winter Games is extremely high. Kelly green is the color. From the home of Anne of Green Gables. Shot from behind the Glace Bay band. And that's being written out by the laser on the wall up above and behind the band and the choir, so that this capacity crowd here can see and be and help welcome all the athletes, particularly right now, of course, those from Prince Edward Island.
70 plus in this marching in for the opening ceremonies, but in total, Prince Edward Island will send a contingent of 160.
First time the games were held in the Maritimes was the Summer Games, the first Summer Games of '69 in Halifax. Then, of course, in '77, we went across to Newfoundland for Summer Games. In '85, just 2 years ago, we were magnificently entertained in New Brunswick in St. John at the Summer Games. And now our hosts are these warm-hearted, friendly people of Cape Breton here in Sydney. And these are their opening ceremonies, of which they are justly very, very proud.
Ted, I don't need to repeat, but you've been to just about all of the games, and they're their opening ceremonies. How does this one rank?
Right up there with the very, very best I've ever seen, Terry, so far, and we're less than halfway through. I think this march on for a Winter Games is a tremendous idea. In the first place, we wouldn't want to be sitting outdoors for 2 hours in minus 16 to minus 20 degree temperatures. At least I know darn well I wouldn't. And it would be very tough on all these athletes to have to stand, which they have to do outdoors, of course. And it's wonderful for the audience, too, because the audience can come in and sit down in very comfortable seats in this beautiful new building, the Centre 200 in Sydney, and take part in this opening ceremony, because so many of them, I would say probably 85% of the people in this audience, some member of their family is involved in one way or another as a volunteer or otherwise with the staging of these Canada Winter Games. It is a complete community undertaking.
As we watch the team from Prince Edward, Rhode Island take their seats, we await the next contingent. As we look for the laser to announce the next team to march in. And there you see them coming from Saskatchewan. 248 competitors will compete in all 17 sports. There you see the laser etching out the perimeters of the province, and then you'll see the name. Welcome, Saskatchewan. Athletes wearing the Rapids white and green trim. Now in 1983, Saskatchewan was 4th. Their flag bearer, captain, 18 years old, a previous gold medal winner at the Games. He hails from the home of Ruben Mays.
Hi, I'm Darren Swanson from North Balfour, representing the great province of Saskatchewan. A year and a half ago, I was a member of Team Saskatchewan, which won the gold medal in volleyball at the Summer Games in St. John, New Brunswick. It's great to be back in the Atlantic provinces again, and I'm sure all the athletes, whether win or lose, will have a super time.
Okay, thank you. And Vern Blash from Moose Jaw is the chef de mission for this group. In '83, they were 6th among the provinces and territories, and they will become the first province to host. No, they won't. They'll become the 2nd province to host a summer and a winter games when they host the next summer games in Saskatoon again in '89. I almost slipped up there because Nova Scotia, of course, is now hosting the Winter Games, having hosted the first Summer Games.
These Winter Games, of course, 20th anniversary of the idea, the concept. And the concept is one I think that we should elaborate on. It was back in the early part of the century. We would send athletes to international competitions and walk away empty-handed. And then little bit by little bit, the concept of improving our home athletes grew in popularity, until the original Canada Games, and you were at the first one in '67.
Well, the idea actually came from a fella called Norton Crowe in 1924 who suggested a Canadian Olympics. He was the secretary of the Amateur Athletic Union in Canada, and this was in response to our rather dismal showing in the 1924 Paris Olympics. His idea was short-lived because of a lack of money, or perhaps more because of a real lack of enthusiasm, and then came the Depression. There was no money anyway. The idea really resurfaced, Terry, in 1955, and in 1959, Prince Philip was visiting Canada, and he leveled a well-remembered criticism on the poor health of the average Canadian, and really that got us going. And from there, this idea developed. The game started with Winter Games in Quebec in '67, and it has just snowballed. It is now a major undertaking every 2 years, a winter and/or a summer games, and it's really built and become a success.
And it should be remembered that the majority of these young athletes, it will be their first experience competing in a competition of national scope, an interprovincial gathering. The butterflies obviously are fluttering. And it could very well be the first very important step to a career in athletics.
We're waiting the announcement and entrance of the next team as we go in alphabetical order. And here they come. And up goes the colored picture showing that this is the delegation from the Yukon, winners of the 1979 Centennial Cup. Tom O'Hara is the chef de mission of this gang, and they, like their fellows from the Northwest Territories, have come from a long, long way to come down here. Their team captain is from Whitehorse in the Yukon, and his name is Chad Cowan. He carries the Yukon flag and speaks for the members of his team.
Hello, I'm Chad Cowan from Whitehorse in the Yukon. Our territory where there's plenty of ice. That's probably why I'm a curler. I'm the skip of the Yukon rink, which competed in Canadian Junior Championships in Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. Now we're ready for the challenge of the Canada Games. We'll promise to keep cool, even with the warmth of our Cape Breton hosts.
Keep cool, I'm sure they will. They're hoping to do very well in sports cross country, men's curling, as well as weightlifting. 80 of them are here. They'll compete in a total of 11 sports.
They also should be strong, I would think, in the Nordic skiing events. And they're wearing their traditional colors. That's the gold and black of the Yukon, and each one carrying the Yukon flag. And their ribbon is yellow. Part of it is yellow, part of it
is black. Their colors.
In olden days, a glimpse of stocking was looked on as something shocking. Now, anything goes. I'm not quite sure what anything goes has got to do with the Yukon. I don't really think there's any significance.
Well, in 83, they failed to win any medals. In 79, it was a count of 2, and they won the Centennial Cup. As we look on at Yukon, we'll be back after this.
Now, thousands of Canadians are racing against time. What they need are organ transplants. And because of programs funded by the Kidney Foundation over the past 20 years, their chances are better than ever before. But there's a serious shortage of organ donors, while the waiting list grows longer every day. So please make sure your family knows your intention to be a donor. Until we find a cure, it's the best way we have to help these Canadians stay in the race and win.
How is he?
I don't know. It happened so fast.
Donations to your heart fund support heart attack and stroke research that's helped save 100,000 lives. Give, and we'll try to make sure the news every family gets is good news. The Heart Fund. We've touched the heart of someone you know.
We're back live. Welcome, everyone. I'm Ted Reynolds with Terry Leibel. Opening ceremonies of the Canada Winter Games in Sydney. You're looking at the Glace Bay School Senior Band under the direction of Barbara Stetter that has been giving us marvelous music for the march on of the representatives of now all but one of the provinces and the territories. The last territory in, of course, was the Yukon.
And now, Digger Gull, our feathered mascot who has spent the past 2 years creating enthusiasm for the games.
That was the voice of co-master of ceremonies, David Reynolds. His companion is Claudette Trudeau, and they are introducing Digger Gull. Terry, I met Digger in St. John 2 years ago, and since that time, he has been hustling around, building up enthusiasm for these games. Actually, I've met the real Digger. Inside that costume is a guy called Lorne Taylor, who is a professional town crier. He is the town crier of North Sydney. They have town criers. We saw one.
Yep,
we saw one at the beginning. Now, he's a good one. He went over to Germany to an international town crying contest last year and got second. He's going back this year to try and win it.
All right, but this is Digger Gull, the official mascot, and the concept is the industrial and ecological, the loving flavor of Cape Breton. As we know, it's on the ocean, the seafaring folk, fishing industry, and coal mining, and that explains the mining hat, as well as the picked provincial blue Digger Gull is wearing, as well as the national red, and all designed by Bruce Davies of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Digger Gull bringing them to life here in Center 200, Sydney, Nova Scotia.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici maintenant, ladies and gentlemen, the home team.
Yes. Here comes the home team, the province of Nova Scotia.
243. Wearing the royal blue with the white trim. Welcome.
And they're coming in from the four corners of the building, marching down the stairways from each corner of the building, and that has really added something to this march on of athletes, and they're getting a standing ovation, of course, here at Center 200 from their fellow Nova Scotians.
The very first Summer Games were held in Nova Scotia in '69. This province has won the Centennial Cup as the most improved team in '75 and '81. Their chef, Rick Gilbert.
Well, it's a special honor, I would think, to be chosen the captain and the man who carries the flag for your province when you are the host province at the Canada Games. And that is an honor that has befallen a boxer, a fellow named Raymond Downey, who has the honor of carrying the Nova Scotia flag and speaking for them.
Hi, I'm Raymond Downey, a boxer from Halifax, and I'm proud to be a member of the home team from Nova Scotia. As you know, in 1983, our boxers won 4 gold medals. The team we have here in Cape Breton plans to surpass their record by winning 5 or more. We wish all athletes the best of luck, and we all know which team is number 1, home team.
They wear a very interesting logo, too, these people from Nova Scotia, Terry, because it's Winter Games. It's a snowflake, but it's set on the blue Nova Scotian background. Extremely interesting. In 1983, judo was very big for them. In that sport, they had a gold, a silver, and 3 bronze. They had a silver and a bronze in racquetball. And in ladies curling, they also won a silver medal, so they did well up at Chicoutimi.
And in '83, the last Winter Games, as you mentioned, they won a total of 18, so they held themselves respectively at those games.
Nova Scotia hopes to win medals in boxing, judo.
Something a little special, of course, at the conclusion of the march on. This is a routine that is being followed only by the members of the home team, the team from Nova Scotia.
Of course, many of these athletes have never taken part in a ceremony like this, and for many of them, it will be their first and perhaps last.
For the Canada Games fanfare and our national anthem.
The choir is under the direction of Sister Rita Clare. Don't go away. We'll be back with much more of these opening ceremonies from Sydney after this.
The beer belly, the old spare tire, the Labanza. 50 million Americans need a shortcut to get from fat to flat. And here it is. It's called the Gut Buster. It's the ultimate fitness machine specifically designed to firm and flatten the stomach as nothing else can. Just watch this easy exerciser turn ordinary sit-ups into fat-burning, tummy-tightening power stretches. Each time you activate the resistance coil is like trading ugly flab for sexy, sinuous muscle. Just slip into the stirrups, curl your fingers around the molded hand grips, and row your way to a trimmer U. And ladies, if you're as serious as he is, that flat stomach you had in high school can be yours again. Minutes a day is all it takes. Basic spring-ups like these work the upper abdominal region. Reverse for tension-assisted high risers that exercise lower stomach muscles. This light but sturdy unit weighs in at just 27 ounces and travels easily so you can exercise anywhere. Forget about gyms, expensive rowing machines, and exercises you don't need. If your stomach's the problem, Gutbuster's the answer. Copycat devices may look similar, but nothing fights the battle of the bulge like the original Gutbuster. And it's yours with a 30-day money-back guarantee of satisfaction.
So go ahead, Gutbusters. If you're serious, and you're serious about a flat stomach, just pick up the phone and exercise your right to call now.
COD and credit card customers call 506-693-9191. That's 506-693-9191. Or to save COD charges, use your credit card or send $29.95 plus $4 shipping and handling to Gutbuster, P.O. Box 400, St. John, NB, E2L 4L9. Call anytime. 693-9191.
We're back live at the opening ceremonies. Our Masters of Ceremonies, David Reynolds and Claudette Trudeau.
Le père du sexe, premier du Collège universitaire de Québec-Breton, va maintenant réciter la prière.
Father Bedford Doucette, chaplain at the University College of Cape Breton, with the invocation.
Please rise.
Blessed are you, Lord God, great Spirit over all creation, life, and love. Through your goodness, we are able to celebrate our bodies and minds as gifts, to compete in the thrill of competition, to develop relationships among fellow Canadians, and to bring to fruition the years of sacrifice and preparation for the Jeux Canada Games '87. Instill within our youths a spirit of sportsmanship and friendly competition. May our games be marked by good management, community support, and above all, by a joy that will form fond memories. Bring us all an enthusiasm for the celebration of life, and help us become more united as Canadians, amare usque ad mare. Seigneur, Dieu de la vie et source de toute énergie, donne-nous l'expérience de 2 semaines remplies de joie et l'esprit d'équipe, et fais de ces Jeux d'hiver un grand spectacle. Que les Jeux Canada renforcent et encouragent l'unité nationale. Écoute à notre cri le défi, l'excellence. Bless all our athletes, participants, and volunteers. May our perseverance in these games and in life itself triumph. And may we challenge and be challenged to excel. We make this prayer of you because we are your people and you are our God who lives forever and ever.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Joseph Wadden, Chairman of the Board of Directors of the 1987 Canada Winter Games.
Monsieur Joseph Wadden, Président du Conseil administratif des Jeux d'hiver du Canada en 1987.
Ladies and gentlemen, 4.5 years ago, I accepted this chain of office. And with it came the challenge to spearhead this municipality's bid to host the 1987 Canada Winter Games. We overcame many obstacles and succeeded in bringing this national event to Cape Breton. And we now welcome the Games with pride and confidence. As in the past, Canada's finest young athletes will meet in the spirit of friendly competition. New records will be set, and Cape Breton, as well as the athletes, will be subject to national scrutiny. We in Cape Breton have accepted the challenge to excel, the challenge to present the finest athletic and cultural program in the history of the Canada Games. The spectacle unfolding before you today is but a small indication of the program developed for you. During the next 2 weeks, you will witness an athletic and cultural extravaganza of a magnitude never before seen in Cape Breton. The Eastern Lights Festival will carry the Canada Games spirit beyond the athletic venues and will visit every corner of our island. Entertainers from the provinces and territories of this great country will sing, dance, and play for us as each region of Canada shares a part of its culture, and Cape Bretoners will display for them our rich blend of Scottish, French, and native heritage so greatly treasured here. Prime Minister, Premier, honored guests, athletes, coaches, volunteers, and friends, we welcome you to Cape Breton. May I encourage each of you to share in the spirit of the Games. Join us in making the 1987 Winter Games a great event where we join in competition, but we depart in friendship. Good luck and enjoy yourself.
That was Warden Joseph Watson, Chairman of the Board of Directors.
The Honorable Maxine Cochrane, Minister of Culture, Recreation and Fitness for the province of Nova Scotia.
Honorable Maxime Cochrane, ministre de la Culture, des Loisirs et de la Condition Physique de la Nouvelle-Écosse.
Your Honors, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Premier, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends of the Games. It has been 18 years since the province of Nova Scotia has had the privilege of hosting a Canada Games. And may I say how pleased we are to have you with us once again. You, the participants in these games, are about to benefit from years of volunteer energy and enthusiasm. And I am sure the days ahead will be memorable for each one of you. I welcome you to these games on behalf of my Department of Culture, Recreation and Fitness, proud to be a partner in this project, and with the warm wishes of Nova Scotia's sport community. I also thank each one of you from across this vast country for providing us with the opportunity to prove ourselves once again as national hosts, thus challenging us to excel. The people of Cape Breton have given their hearts to this event, and we as Nova Scotians are ready to make these games the shining example for those to come. I wish you success and accomplishment. May the spirit of these games remain with you as you return to your homes across the country.
The Honorable Otto Jelinek, Minister of State for Fitness and Amateur Sport.
L'honorable Otto Jelinek, ministre d'État de la Condition Physique et du Sport Amateur.
Your Honor, Prime Minister, Mr. Premier, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, c'est un grand plaisir pour moi de saluer tous les athlètes, entraîneurs et officiels techniques à cette 6e édition des Jeux d'hiver du Canada. The Canada Games bring young Canadians from every corner of this great country together in a spirit of camaraderie and friendly competition. And it is this spirit which strengthens and encourages national unity and offers all Canadians a sense of accomplishment, togetherness, and most of all, pride. These games will continue to leave a legacy both in physical facility terms and even richer human resources. The Government of Canada is proud to be a major partner in this festival of sport, culture, and youth. As a former athlete, I congratulate all of the competitors and their coaches for their participation, their dedication, and commitment to sport. As sports minister, I thank the organizers, the officials, the sponsors, and the thousands of volunteers in helping to make these games the tremendous success that they will be not only for the Cape Breton area, but for Nova Scotia and for Canada as a whole. Merci et bonne chance à tous. Good luck to all. Thank you very much.
The Honorable John Buchanan, Premier of Nova Scotia.
L'honorable John Buchanan, Premier ministre de la Nouvelle-Écosse.
Your Honor, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Minister, my colleague Maxine, very distinguished platform guests, athletes from all over this great country, Canada, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Prime Minister and athletes, all Nova Scotians today are bursting with pride as we welcome you to Nova Scotia. Bienvenue en Nouvelle-Écosse and Caad Malafacha 100. $100,000 welcomes to this province by the sea, this Nova Scotia. Welcome to the industrial heart of Nova Scotia, Cape Breton. And welcome to this magnificent Centre 200, which is certainly an inspiration and, I suspect, Mr. Prime Minister, a show of great confidence in the future of Cape Breton, this wonderful convention center. We Nova Scotians have been looking forward to this day for the past 6 years. You know, Mr. Prime Minister, in 1981, we had given up the Canada Winter Games to Saskatchewan in return for Summer Games of 1989, I think it was 1990. But due to the enthusiasm one day in 1981 of Dr. Bucky Buchanan, Dr. Donald Campbell, and my late lifelong friend, the late Judge Alan Sullivan, who came to my office, they convinced me that we should make sure Nova Scotia did have the Canada Games for 1987, and here we are today. This is where our Canadian athletes will show they are world class. This is where we demonstrate in a very tangible way our national spirit, our national pride, and national unity. And I would be remiss, Mr. Prime Minister and ladies and gentlemen, if I did not specifically recognize and congratulate our Nova Scotia athletes, our Nova Scotia team. They have worked hard over the past years, and we are very proud of you. On your behalf, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to congratulate and thank the host society and all who have worked so hard to make this day a reality, specifically Dr. Bucky Buchanan, but with that last name, success was certainly inevitable. Success to the Games, good luck to all the athletes. We look forward to extending that famous Cape Breton hospitality to all athletes from across Canada. May your visit to Nova Scotia and Cape Breton be one to be remembered for many, many years to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney, Prime Minister of Canada.
le très honorable Brian Mulroney, Premier ministre du Canada.
Your Honor, Mr. Premier, Mr. Chairman, distinguished invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, for Islanders and mainland residents alike, this is a proud day in the history of Cape Breton and Nova Scotia. It is a day on which the efforts of so many Islanders, led by Bucky Buchanan and his organizing committee, are realized. It is a day on which two historic mottos of the island assume a new meaning. 100,000 welcomes, as John Buchanan always says, and as every visitor to Cape Breton knows, and as all of our athletes will discover anew. The other is from the seal of Cape Breton, granted more than 2 centuries ago. Fortune, it reminds us, does not change a people. The people of this island remind us of that every day. For those who return here, as for those who remain, they retain their down-home virtues and values, their profound attachment to this land. Whether here or on the mainland or anywhere in Canada, you are always proud to be called Cape Bretoners. I learned that decades ago in Antigonish, and I salute you again today. Today, Bucky, you and all of your fellow Cape Bretoners do all Canadians proud. And on behalf of all Canadians and the government of Canada, I bring you our salutations and our congratulations on a job very well done. Vos réussites et vos hauts faits sont commémorés dans le riche folklore de l'île à travers ses 4 comtés, de Canso à Cap-Nord. Ce magnifique complexe sportif n'est pas le seul héritage durable qui restera de ces Jeux. Longtemps après qu'ils seront terminés, tous ces jeunes athlètes se rappelleront encore des moments exaltants qu'ils auront vécus pendant ces compétitions, souvent âprement disputées, mais toujours amicales. And some of them will go on to greater heights and greater glories in the Pan American, the Commonwealth, and the Olympic Games, but all will cherish the friendship and the tremendous memories that they will have made here in Sydney and Cape Breton. The organizers of the Highland Games would certainly have approved of this gathering, for this, Bucky, is truly a gathering of all of the clans from everywhere across Canada. These Canada Games in the warmth of Cape Breton remind us of the special nature of our country and our people. Et ils nous rappellent la devise des tout premiers Jeux d'hiver au Canada qui ont eu lieu, dis-je, à Québec en 1967, l'année de notre centenaire. L'unité par le sport. Ces mots expriment bien toute la portée nationale de ces Jeux. And they express as well our pride in all of you who have organized this splendid success and whose talent, the athletes whose talent will symbolize the excellence the Games have achieved. And so to all of you, the athletes, the coaches, the mayors and the municipalities, the organizers, all who have helped and contributed, our congratulations to you. May the Games proceed with sportsmanship and good fellowship, celebrating both high accomplishment, the strength of Canada, and the warmth of Cape Breton. God bless you all.
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister, Brian Mulroney, being congratulated by Premier Buchanan. Mrs. Mulroney wearing a delightful green costume, and that's Mark to her left.
And now the Canada Games flag.
The Canada Games flag will be marched in, and the music you will hear is Canada Dear Home, written by Keith Bissell. It will be sung by this 188-member choir that's made up of singers from all throughout Cape Breton, including 50 members of the Cape Breton Chorale.
The flag, 12 green segments equaling 10 provinces and 2 territories. The sea and the maple leaf symbolizes the union of these parts of Canada.
The head of the flag is David Mackenzie. He was awarded the Order of Canada Medal for bravery for saving a drowning man. He's from New Waterford. Then on this side at the front, closest to us, Andrew Haley. At the age of 8, he lost his left leg to cancer. And on the other side of him, the left as you look at it, is David Freeman Keynes from Glace Bay.
At 23, David, a non-swimmer, saved a drowning person, receiving the Order of Canada Medal of Bravery, a Carnegie Hero Fund Commission Award. Behind David is Andrea Walsh, the winner of a gold medal in the Canadian Special Olympics last year in Calgary. Sheldon Tobin, to her left, won the gold medal for the 100-meter run at the 86 Nova Scotia Special Olympic Games.
And then behind them, 2 young athletes from Nova Scotia. The 2 girls are Colleen McDonald, a figure skater who's 16, and 13-year-old Paula Prendergast, also a figure skater from New Waterford.
À sa gauche se trouve Sheldon Tobin, qui a remporté une médaille d'or dans l'épreuve du 100 mètres aux Jeux olympiques spéciaux de la Nouvelle-Écosse en 1986.
The 2 Nova Scotia figure skaters carry the end of the flag. Colleen McDonald is at the left, Paula Prendergast at the right.
Now they have mounted the stairs and are moving toward the flag standard, where the flag of the Canada Games has become so familiar to all of us now will be raised.
Hail the Winter Games, words and music by Sister Rita Clare.
From students from Sydney School's band.
Let's give our best for everyone to see and be a force to strengthen unity. Let's search for truth, for beauty deep and wide, and do our part to help and return
Marvelous choir directed by Sister Rita Clare. And then the brass quintet, and to the left, of course, flying high and proudly the flag.
The Canada Games are about competition, but they are also about friendship and respect for each other's ability and commitment to sport. This is reflected in the traditions of the Games. One of them is the exchange of gifts between the members of the Canadian family of provinces and territories.
Les Jeux du Canada sont des compétitions.
As you heard from David Reynolds, one of our co-hosts and masters of ceremonies here, this will be something traditional now. It is an exchange of gifts between the last hosts of the Winter Games and this year's hosts of the Winter Games. And The participants are making their way out onto the floor now. As you see, on the left, the flag of Quebec. On the right, the flag of Nova Scotia and Cape Breton.
And to exchange gifts for Quebec, Francois Bouchard competes in judo, 14 years of age, one of Quebec's youngest athletes.
The last province to host the Winter Games.
And for Nova Scotia, Shannon O'Brien, only in grade 4, a figure skater.
Nova Scotia's gift is presented by
Nova Scotia's gift, an authentic 18th century spinning wheel, presented to Francois Bouchard, who represents Quebec, the previous host of the Winter Games. And now Francois will exchange his gift.
Francois Bouchard, Quebec.
Unveiling an aluminum sculpture. And we'll have more from Center 200 and the opening ceremonies. Marvelous music and performances ahead after this.
A perfect day for Billy? Well, he pops on his bike, he pedals halfway across town, and then he writes a new song in his head. Then he makes this lunch, this crazy penne arrabbiata, power pasta, he calls it. Perfect, delicious. And look at him. He's beaming, he's productive. A perfect Billy. Participation makes perfect.
Happy birthday to you.
What's the matter? What is it? What's the matter?
Are you okay?
What's wrong? What happened?
I don't know. Please help.
I don't know what to do.
Sooner or later, you could be called upon to help in a life-threatening emergency. Take a Red Cross first aid course. Call your local Red Cross before time runs out.
We are back live at the opening ceremonies of the Canada Winter Games. Winnie Chafe is our most gifted violinist, recording artist, and teacher from Glace Bay. That first solo selection was Hector the Hero, written by James Scott Skinner, a Scot, but written 200 years after the Hector was the first ship to bring Scottish immigrants to Nova Scotia. And now Winnie and her friends, accompanied by her daughter Patricia, who wrote this march, the Canada Games March, perform.
Patricia, who, as Ted mentioned, composed the song.
The friends are all young and old and sometimes a little older violinists from this area. Winnie Chase.
Those are very pretty cloven hooves you have. Waddle on over here, Miss Stephanie. Let's see that sprinky tail shake.
George!
I guess I have some handyman stuff to do. Hi. What's with the pig?
Larry, Darrell, and Daryl have named their new pig after Stephanie.
Monday night at 9 o'clock on CHSJ.
You take the good, you take the bad, you take them both, and there you have the facts of life. The facts of life. There's a time you gotta go and show you grow, and now you know about the facts of life. The facts of life. When the world never seems to be living up to your dreams.
Facts of Life, Monday evenings at 6:30, and the new Facts of Life series, Tuesdays at 7.
Live from Sydney, Centre 200, opening ceremonies of the Canada Winter Games. We are seeing a display that means the entrance of a new sport into Canada Games, Terry.
Yes, Ted, rhythmic gymnastics for the first time ever will be part of the Canada Games here in Cape Breton. Who could forget the emergence of this sport? As far as Canadians were concerned, it was 1984. It was the Summer Olympic Games in Los Angeles, and it was a young rhythmic gymnast from Vancouver who captured the first ever gold medal. Lori Fung brought this sport home.
These are rhythmic gymnastic dancers, but they are using the ribbon, which is a part, one of the apparatus used in this sport. Terry, we are seeing sensational pictures of these people, and I have to say this, I've done television shows in many, many parts of this world. I can say without a shadow of a doubt that our CBC cameramen are unexcelled by anybody, anyplace. They are doing a superb job.
And so are 48 rhythmic gymnast dancers who were chosen out of an open audition. 177 showed up, and since being selected, these gymnasts have rehearsed every weekend since September of '85. Working to the choreography of Anne-Marie Wong, who herself was a former national champion in the sport of rhythmic gymnastics. Incidentally, she is the manager of the Nova Scotian team and a coach currently in Halifax and Dartmouth. The ribbon, one of 5 apparatus we will see in rhythmic gymnastics: the ball, the clubs, the rope, and the hoop, the other 4. Flight of the Snowbirds, composed by David Foster.
Well, it'll certainly be a thrilling addition to the sports of the Canada Winter Games when we actually see the competition. Those rhythmic dancers were a delight to behold.
In 1984, at the Olympic Games in Los Angeles, California, the world was introduced to the beautiful sport of rhythmic gymnastics, and Canada came home with top honors.
En 1984, la gymnastique rythmique a été présentée pour la première fois aux Jeux olympiques de Los Angeles, en Californie. Lors de ces Jeux, Lori Fung de Vancouver a remporté la médaille d'or pour le Canada.
Lori Fung, a Vancouver athlete with a smile that reaches Newfoundland, received the first Olympic gold medal ever presented in rhythmic gymnastics. Ladies and gentlemen, the 1987 Canada Winter Games is proud to present the best in the world, Miss Lori Fung.
Well, what a secret this has been, Terry. I don't think anybody in Sydney, well, somebody must have known, but no names were given. This was a blank part of the program. Look who is here.
And receiving a standing ovation, deservedly so, the Olympic champion of 1984, Lori Fung, wearing her gold medal.
And she's just as nice and bright and intelligent as she is talented. She is a credit to her sport and to her entire country.
She is fine now, thank you, and we're glad. But we wanted Lori to come to be with us to share this opening anyway. Anne-Marie Wong.
David Reynolds referring to the injury Lori sustained while training, but she is all right. She was going to perform, but was unable to.
She is a former Canadian champion. Anne-Marie choreographed today's rhythmic gymnastics dance, and they are longtime friends.
L'équipe de gymnastique rythmique de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Ancienne championne canadienne, c'est à Anne-Marie que l'on doit la chorégraphie de la danse de la gymnastique rythmique d'aujourd'hui.
Truly a Canadian sports hero, Olympic gold medalist Lori Fung.
Thank you very
and
much.
recipient of the Order of Canada, the first North American to qualify to compete in Rhythmic Gymnastics World Cup. She finished in the top 10. Many-time Canadian national champion, Lori Fung.
These are the opening ceremonies, and we're waiting for a continuation of the show part of these opening ceremonies. Music, obviously, is this next element.
I believe the children are the future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be.
Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. Never found anyone who fulfilled my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me.
I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all.
I believe the children them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because of races, love always happened to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if I change that fancy plane that you've been dreaming of, lead you to a lonely place, find your strength in
Tom Ledbetter and Shauna Lee McKillop with a tremendously moving number. And now we welcome the Canada Games Pipe Band, made up of 50 Cape Bretoners, more than 80 in addition, to be amongst the 34 pipers and 16 drummers who eventually were chosen. And they are new. It's the first time there's been a Canada Games pipe band, and they're wearing a kilt, which is the Canada Games tartan, especially designed here by Patsy McMullen of Sydney, the first Canada Games tartan. The pipe maker is John McLean, and they are marching in along the balconies from both sides of Center 200, the Canada Games pipe band. Terry, I've been associated with these games, as you know, since they began. And a man I've known ever since they began is Earl Dawson, an original supporter of the games concept. He loved the Canada Games. He still does. And as secretary of the Canada Games Council, he plays a big, big part. Earl is watching at home in Winnipeg today. I know. Earl, we all wish you were here with us.
Watch the pipe band working their way down. It's a reminder of the very strong Scottish heritage here in Cape Breton.
Well, you heard Steve Armitage with his Gaelic at the beginning of the show. Steve, of course, a former resident of the province of Nova Scotia. We're going to be back with much more still to come and these great opening ceremonies from Sydney after this.
There was an old lady who lived in a shoe. To avoid catching fire, she knew what to do. Matches and candles and lighters,
Oh, my.
can set clothes alight and make little ones cry. Screen open fires, avoid burning stoves, keep away from heaters, and wear snug-fitting clothes. To prevent clothes catching fire, the old lady knew just what to do. Do you?
Well, the thing I like, I think, is the contrast of being warm inside my clothes and the cold outside, or having the wind blowing in my face. It's the feeling of really carving a good turn. Other days, you're just cruising, looking around, enjoying the sunshine.
What I find really entertaining sometimes, too, is going out with friends. I find that I'm actually holding them back because I'm skiing to enjoy skiing, to make the good turns, feel the snow.
Skiing can be everything. Meeting people, enjoying the fresh air, getting exercise.
Skiing, it's too much fun to pass up.
Live coverage of the opening ceremonies of the 1987 Canada Winter Games. We're at Centre 200 in Sydney. And having joined us now, the first ever Canada Games pipe band, the pipes and drums, wearing the Canada Games tartan. And a magnificent royal blue bagpipe. Very much a show of lights and music. And now on the stage, it will also become a show of dancing.
Stage of Capresto, the Cape Breton Highland Dancers.
These people are all top-level, competitive Highland dancers. They're the very best you can find any place. They've toured all over Canada, North America, and competed in the home of it all in Scotland, and represented Nova Scotia very, very well, and represented Cape Breton extremely well in doing so. Cape Breton Highland dancers. to the opening ceremonies from Cape Breton, and don't you go away. There's still more to come after we take this pause.
Hi, I'm Carol Burns, Regional Manager for BenTax. At BenTax, we will carefully prepare your tax forms, ensuring maximum return every time. In fact, with the changes in the tax form this year, you may very well need the expert assistance we are ready to provide. At BenTax, we employ a team of trained professionals with 15 years of experience. For more information, check your phone book for the BenTax or beneficial office nearest you. Good morning, BenTax. May I help you?
Right here, Monday night at 7.
Welcome back to the opening ceremonies. The Canada Games, you are watching the Highland dancers perform Hebridean Maids.
This Scotia Highland group was formed in 1979, and 2 years ago they appeared in the Festival by the Sea during the 85 games in St. John. They also traveled to Scotland in 1985. 35 dancers of the highest level, based in Antigonish. And this is the unique costume and rather strange, haunting, misty music of those misty isles off the northern coast of Scotland, the Hebrides. The Hebrides are lonely and rocky and unwelcoming and remote. And the music of this Hebridean Maids number is haunting and lonely like that.
Dancers. Well, in '85, they captured 2 third-place world titles.
Keep in touch. Keep us up to date on what's happening in your community. If your club or organization is planning a special event, drop us a line. Give us the details. It's you and CHSJ Television working together to keep everyone informed. Send announcements to Keep in Touch, CHSJ Television, Box 2000, St. John, New Brunswick, E2L 3T4. Keep in Touch is a regular feature Tuesdays and Fridays during midday.
And now here's the star of The Price is Right, Bob Barker!
Fun and games on CHSJ Television weekday afternoons at 1 o'clock. The Price is Right with Bob Barker.
Cape Breton has a broad and colorful ethnic background. And these are Sydney's very well-known Ukrainian dancers, the dance group Barvinok.
First Ukrainians came to Cape Breton in 1898, and we are watching their offspring. Looking down at the athletes that's sitting at the perimeter of this, and their eyes are spellbound. This is an object in conditioning book, no question about it. Of the Ukrainian dancers.
When you go to your dance with the Ukrainians, you get a workout. And as one troupe does its performance, another comes in.
In a salute to the Canada Games.
The lights will come up on center stage for La Baie en Jaune.
An Acadian salute to the Canada Games dancers from St. Mary's Bay, Nova Scotia. 25 members, 9 to 18.
Terry, they're going to perform Acadian and folkloric dances and songs. They're produced by Anna Marie Como. And they've also recorded an LP. And the Acadians are descendants of French immigrants. Most were expelled from Canada after the wars with Britain. Many fled south to Louisiana, where, of course, there is a very strong Acadian group down there. Then when Louisbourg was captured by the British for the second time, which is in 1758, the first time was 1745, many of them returned to their native France, but also there were quite a few who spread out into the bush country and the forests of Acadia, the northern tip of Nova Scotia, and these are the descendants of those Acadians.
symbolic of the French flag with a gold star on it. Coordinator, Don Gillies, the choreographer, and all their assistants. The Acadian dancers at the opening ceremonies of the Canada Winter Games in Sydney. And folks, we're having a good time.
And it's not over yet. There's still more to come until the games are declared officially open.
Ballpark Franks. The next best thing to ballpark everything.
I'm Ed McMahon with an important announcement. If you enter a sweepstakes this week, make sure it's from me. Look for my picture and the biggest sweepstakes prize of all time, $10 million. Only from American Family. No other sweepstakes with a prize this big. $10 million. All for you. I will personally award this giant cash fortune. Be sure to enter the sweepstakes with my picture. Millions and millions of dollars. All for you.
If you're looking for the ordinary or the extraordinary, the strange or the beautiful, stop by Susie's Cactus Patch. Choose from our large variety of high-quality, reasonably priced cacti and succulents. To help you maintain and manage your cacti and succulents, stop by Susie's Cactus Patch for your free care guide. Open daily 10 till 6, except Tuesdays. Susie's Cactus Patch, Route 15, Glenburn, 6 miles from the Broadway exit of I-95. Look for our large yellow sign.
Every spring for hundreds of years, Maine maple trees have released their sweet nectar drop by precious drop. But this year is extra special. You see, this year, Gifford's famous ice creamer, Skowhegan, will introduce a new flavor, honoring the world's finest maple syrup, Maine Maple Sundae from Gifford's. Maine produced, Maine pure. So go ahead, tap into the flavor of Maine.
Maine Maple Sundae from Giffords, at grocers who know there is something very special about what Maine produces.
Much of the east is cool on this Friday, especially the northeast. Even the hot southeast will run about 10 degrees cooler with warm readings in the west, though nothing extreme. Mainly 70s and 80s, a few 90s in the desert. Sandy?
Thanks, Dave. It's 46 minutes after the hour, and I'm sitting next to a gentleman here that I watch all the time because if I don't watch him, I don't know what I'm supposed to do on the weekend. Joel Siegel, what is happening this weekend?
Good morning. It is the weekend. This is the 125th anniversary of the Pony Express. It lasted only a year and a half, 3 days of nonstop riding to get the mail from St. Louis to San Francisco, put out of business by the Telegraph. But the Pony Express lives again this weekend in Wells, Nevada. 16 5-person, 5-pony, 5-pound sack of mail teams will race 20 miles for $1,300 cash and solid silver belt buckles. They'll revive another kind of racing in Bridgeport. The first ever golden years of auto racing. This is a 1948 Offenhauser, before race cars looked like jet planes.
And speaking of flying, look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a chicken. The 14th annual International Chicken Flying Meet in Rio Grande, Ohio. 300 fabulous flying chickens will be out to break the 6-year-old world record of 302 feet 8 inches set by Miss Lola B. The chickens have 3 seconds to take off. If their trainers end up with egg on their faces, they grab the handy plumber's friend, and it's up, up, and away. Now, this is safe. There is a representative of the Humane Society on hand. My favorite chicken, Cluck Gable. Great name, but he didn't fly very far. Frankly, he didn't give a damn. This year, he's entered at Broken Arrow, Oklahoma's 55th Rooster Day celebration. Tomorrow is May Day at Earlham College in Richmond, Indiana, celebrated every 4 years since 1875, recreating an English May Day of 500 years ago. The Bonnie Scotts will have their fling in Gatlinburg, Tennessee this weekend. The pipes will be furling, the haggis will be hurling. This is a Scottish pole vault. This is a Scottish pole. Scotsmen and Poles are welcome to join Chicago's 19th annual Greek-American Parade tomorrow at 1 along Michigan Avenue. This weekend in Arlington, Virginia, Folk Festival 85 celebrates the whole mosaic of American heritages. This is a koto, a Japanese guitar. This is a guitar, an American koto. This is the way they did it in the old country when the old country was the Ukraine. And this is the way they did it when the old country was Tennessee. And down in Memphis, it's called Memphis in May, the biggest barbecue cooking contest in the world. 200 teams, more than 2,000 cooks from all across the country. One team from Australia, where they barbecue upside down. There's the Great Waiters Wine Race. And the All-Memphis Hog Call.
That woke up everybody who said, it's Friday, I'll get a few more minutes sleep. And there's a wonderful exhibit at Philadelphia's Please Touch Museum. David and Sandy will be talking about it later. All the wonderful prizes that have come in Cracker Jacks boxes throughout the year. Have a good weekend.
Thank you very much. Do I get to keep these and take them home with me? Thank you very much, Joel. It is now 49 minutes after 7. Duran Duran, John Barry, and the new music from the latest Bond movie after this.
.9, you know who, and she does everything the big boys do. Pours it on, nails them cold, digs down deep and goes for gold. Yeah, golden flakes of toasted wheat, good and crunchy, not too sweet. Wheaties, Wheaties, that's your style. Now flash, 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 that winning smile.
Watch out, big boys.
Yeah.
Club sandwich, heavy on the Miracle Whip salad dressing.
No Miracle Whip.
No Miracle Whip today.
Oh, no. Well, I'll have the soup.
Yeah.
Ham on rye, Miracle Whip salad dressing on both sides.
No Miracle Whip today.
Oh, no. Well, I'll have the soup.
A sandwich just isn't a sandwich without the tangy zip of Miracle Whip salad dressing, the bread spread from Kraft.
We're out of Miracle Whip.
Oh,
then we're out of soup.
Kids. Lunch is ready, Timmy. Oh, wow.
Right, Dads.
Let's take a ride in the kitchen.
You got an appetite, Moms.
Wow, Kirshner cold cuts.
You're gonna feel all right when you serve Kirshner.
Kirshner cold cuts. No fillers, no cereals, no meat byproducts. No wonder more moms say,
You feel better knowing it's Kirshner.
Hey, Mr. Kirshner, to make a great sandwich, yeah!
Tired of paying rent? Sargent's Mobile Homes has an alternative. For a limited time, Sargent's offers a 1985 70 by 14 mobile home for only $16,500. You pay only $1,700 down, $244 per month for a 2 or 3 bedroom home. Sargent sells for less without sacrificing quality. If paying rent is getting you down, then consider a manufactured home from Sargent's Mobile Homes, Route 1 East, Ellsworth, open Monday through Saturday, 8 till 5.
It's 9 minutes before 8. For over 20 years, James Bond movies have started with those sounds. John Barry wrote that theme for Dr. No, and they've become a Bond trademark. He's also given Bond some great theme songs. John Barry's favorite is Goldfinger.
Goldfinger, he's the man with the Midas touch, a spider's touch.
For this new James Bond movie, A View to a Kill, he worked with the rock group Duran Duran to come up with a theme. Now this morning, John Barry is here with me, along with John Taylor of Duran Duran, and 2 other members of the group are joining us from our ABC bureau in Paris, Simon Le Bon and Nick Rhodes. And they'll help us wrap up our James Bond week. Thank you very much for joining us. To both of you here in New York and to you in Paris, thanks so much for being with us. Let me first go to you, Mr. Barry. And Goldfinger, why is it your favorite?
Well, kind of consolidated the style after the first 2, after Dr. No and From Russia with Love. It all kind of came together.
Was that when it came together for you and for everyone else, or just for you, do you feel, as far as the music was concerned?
I think the whole style of the movie came together in Goldfinger, yes.
Now, the only rock band to perform one of the themes before was Paul McCartney and Wings. Does this in any way, did it intimidate you going into this project?
Oh, no. I mean, I think the amount of people, everybody who's done it, I think, it puts you onto some kind of legendary status, I think, which is kind of nice. But we never really thought about it like that. We had an approach that we wanted to take in the way we did the music for it, and which was our style. And we really didn't give any thought to what had gone before us. We wanted to give it something very contemporary and very Duran Duran. So we didn't really think about what we had to follow, because if we'd have thought about the acts we had to follow, we'd have never been able to do it.
Simon and Nick, do you feel that same way?
Yeah, I think it was something that was just great for us to do, and it was interesting to work with somebody else, John Barry, hello, and it worked out very well in the end.
Simon, and what are your thoughts? I don't think you've had a chance to see the film yet, have you?
No, we haven't seen the film. I mean, no, we've seen bits of the film. What was special about it was, as John said, to have the chance to do it. I mean, it's a big one. You kind of join the ranks of some very illustrious people.
Not Simon, Nick, or John, any one of you ever a very big James Bond fan before this ever happened?
Yeah, I've always been a total maniac, a bit of a trivia freak. I've always been a fan of the movies.
What started it? Was there one particular film?
I think I remember seeing From Russia with Love and Goldfinger together at a double bill at the Kings Norton Green Cinema.
Yeah, I went to that.
I think you were there. I think it was my 5th birthday
That's
party.
where you met.
I went on my 6th birthday. I saw Thunderball with 6 friends, and it was the 3rd film I'd ever seen in my life. And
makes me feel real young.
Hooked.
Never mind.
John Barry is sitting here in New York weeping, hearing these memories this morning.
Jesus, yeah.
John, when you composed this music, what is in the back of your mind? What are you trying to create?
Well, you're enhancing the spirit of the action of the movie, tensions. It's you take it scene by scene, you know, and the main thing is enhancing the spirit of the action in the Bond movie, I think.
All right, well, let's take a look at what you came up with this year for this James Bond film.
Meeting you where with a view to a kill.
I'd like to thank all of you for being with me this morning. Duran Duran, thanks so much. Thanks for joining us from Paris. And John Barry, thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much.
We'd like to say thank you and good morning, America, and all British expatriates, too.
Terrific. Thank you. We'll be back right after this.
Next hour this morning, more with Katharine Hepburn, and all next week, Tina Turner.
Once I'd like to be a little kid. That is what I truly want to be. Then I could eat an Oscar Mayer wiener instead of everybody eating me.
At Oscar Mayer, we roast each and every hot dog to seal in that juicy roasted flavor everybody loves.
I'm glad I'm not an Oscar Mayer wiener. Soon there would be nothing left of me.
A mother like me. Pretty good. A daughter like her. We've got what it takes to make the best changes occur.
Mom, is this new? Is it?
New sugar-free Tang.
100% NutraSweet.
Sugar-free Tang with a full day's vitamin C.
Just 6 calories.
Whatever it takes, whatever we're gonna be.
That's my flow. Those are my jeans.
We're starting out right, new sugar-free Tang.
In our next hour this morning, the last part of my conversation with Katharine Hepburn, and oh, she is so superb. And all next week, a special look at Margaret Hamilton, the actress who played the Wicked Witch in The Wizard of Oz. She died yesterday at the age of 82. She has become such a part of all our lives over these years. She's wonderful.
And what a lovely woman she was. Met her a long time ago. She's just beautiful.
Yeah.
And also in the next hour, we will examine one horror movie that a lot of people think just goes too far. Also joining us later, Mary Lou Henner of Taxi fame.
Right back.
Friday, Webster hits the books to please Catherine and George.
Let's see the test paper. How did we do?
We flunked.
Then an ABC comedy special. Meet the women of Bunko, the Fraud Squad. And the Far East holds intrigue and danger for Benson and the gang.
Follow that car!
Then ever wonder who writes the soaps?
Yeah.
Well, it's the Staff of Life, an ABC comedy special, all starting at 8, 7 Central.
Tonight. Tune to Channel 7 weekday afternoons at 4 for I Love Lucy, the viewer's choice on WVII TV.
Empel offers you great savings on quality name brand sweaters every day of the week. All colors, styles, and fabrics, and all at everyday low prices. Now Empel has something new for you, a Super Sunday sweater sale. Selections change every week, so make Sunday shopping at Empel a habit. And this week's sweater, beautiful. And the price, fantastic. I'm going to get one for myself before they're all gone.
The Empel Super Sunday Sweater Sale. Don't miss it.
Listen to what professional chainsaw users have to say about the new Shindawa 680.
And power, lightweight, and the Shenandoah's got that.
At the end of the day, your arms don't feel like they're going to sleep.
It's easy to work on and maintain at night. Yeah, it's a damn good saw.
It's the best saw to me, and I'll never use anything else but the Shindawa 680.
Shindawa, we simply make them better. Available at Bill Saw Shop Holden, Bingham Auto Parts, Bingham. Hee-Haw, Saturdays at 7.
Hi, I'm State Senator Skip Smizer, and I'm here with the students in Parma, Idaho to celebrate Old Fort Boise days.
Good morning, America!
Senator, and all of you from Parma, good morning, and to all of you, if you've just joined us, I'm David Hartman. Joan is on assignment. As a matter of fact, she's on her way to Morocco. They're shooting a sequel to Romancing the Stone, but Joan will be back with us next week. And today is Friday the 17th of May, and with me, when Joan is not here, is Sandy Freeman. Sandy had her own talk show in Chicago for several years, and more recently, of course, her award-winning interview program on cable television. Sandy, good to have you on.
Oh, it's good to be here. I'm beginning to enjoy it.
You're beginning.
Yes.
At this point, it seems unnatural to think of Katharine Hepburn as anything but one of the great actresses of our time, but acting was not her first choice for a career, believe it or not. Katharine Hepburn talks about that and what she thinks about growing old in the last part of our conversation, which comes up in a few minutes.
And we'll also look at the controversy surrounding one of those horror movies that some people think has gone too far. It shows a psychotic dressed as Santa Claus. The movie was out briefly last year and is now going back into distribution. We'll talk to the producer as well as an angry mother who wants it out of the movie theaters.
That's all coming. First minute after Steve Bell in Washington with all the news. Hi, Steve.
Hi, David. Sandy. Good morning, everyone. United Airline pilots are on strike. More than 5,000 United pilots walked out early this morning after contract talks stalled over the company's demand to lower pay scales for new pilots. United has canceled flights to 89 of the 139 airports it serves. Company officials say passengers are being notified about rescheduling. More now from Joe Spencer.
For the first time in 34 years, United Airlines pilots are walking the picket line.
We feel that it's out to break the union.
Simultaneously, there's another line, that of United passengers, anxiously waiting to find out if their flights are canceled or delayed.
I've got a ticket, confirmed ticket with United, but I went over to American, and it doesn't look good.
Been here almost since 3. I don't care for it.
I've been up all night long sitting here. I don't think it's too nice.
United Airlines this morning defended their position, saying they had no choice.
We could not mortgage the future of this airline. We have a deep and abiding responsibility to you, the public we serve, to the 42,000 other employees that make up this airline, and to our shareholders.
The contract talks are stalled over a single major obstacle, the controversial two-tier pay structure. United wants to pay newly hired pilots according to a lower wage scale for their first 20 years with the company. The union will accept a lower pay structure, but only for the first 8 years. And I hope you can get some sense of the pandemonium here at United's terminal at Chicago's O'Hare Airport, as literally hundreds of people have found themselves stranded. They've been coming to the airport, coming in all morning long, wondering whether their flights were delayed, canceled, or whatever. They haven't gotten all the answers yet, and some of these people could be stranded overnight, if not longer. Steve?
Joe, what's the word from other airlines? Can they pick up the slack?
Several other airlines have sent some of their personnel by. In fact, they're interviewing people in line right now, trying to see if they can accommodate them flying on their routes as well. But it appears as if no matter how many airlines are involved here, they will not be able to pick up the slack. There's just too many people looking for a place to go, looking for a seat, and there just aren't enough seats to go around.
Joe Spencer at O'Hare Airport. Thank you very much. In other news this morning, an explosion has ripped through a coal mine in northern Japan, killing at least 3 miners and trapping dozens more. The accident was at the site of a gas explosion 4 years ago that killed 93 Japanese miners. The State Department says it will support the Reverend Jesse Jackson's efforts to free 4 Americans held by a militant Islamic group in Lebanon. Jackson met yesterday with family members of 3 hostages after the Islamic Jihad threatened a horrible disaster for the hostages if the group's demands are not met. Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev reportedly wants to delay talks about any superpower summit with President Reagan. U.S. sources say Gorbachev wants to work first on domestic problems. In an unusual meeting yesterday with Soviet citizens in Leningrad, Gorbachev discussed his domestic priorities, the Soviet leader urging workers to increase productivity and to cut down on alcohol abuse. President Reagan is warning the Democratic-controlled House not to cut back further on proposed military spending. At a Republican fundraiser last night, the president said he's gone as far as he can in agreeing to a Senate plan that would hold military spending increases next year to the rate of inflation. But as Charles Gibson reports, the House Budget Committee has gone farther than that.
There was considerable talk about a deal, a Democratic-Republican compromise in the House Budget Committee. It didn't work. Democrats rejected anything more than a freeze on defense spending. But Republicans tried anyway for more defense dollars.
That our national defense needs are not driven by what we might want from the Pentagon or the Pentagon might want from us. It's driven by what the Soviet Union is doing.
It's not the Congress alone that is interested in reducing defense expenditures, and the bottom has fallen out in terms of the support for the sort of increases that the president has wanted.
Democrats defeated the defense money, then passed their budget package on almost a straight party line vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Wright.
Aye.
Mr. Wright votes aye. Mr. Hefner. Aye. Mr. Hefner votes aye. Mr. Downey. Aye.
The House Committee's budget package, like the Senate's, cuts $56 billion from spending next year. Also, like the Senate package, it does not raise taxes. But unlike the Senate budget, it does not limit Social Security COLAs.
We don't believe 21% of deficit reduction ought to be borne by the brittle backs of our society.
The Speaker promised to have the budget considered on the floor of the House next week. Charles Gibson, ABC News, Capitol Hill.
Also this morning, Philadelphia's Mayor Wilson Goode now says he did not fully understand what kind of bomb he approved for use against the radical group called MOVE. After the bomb was dropped on MOVE's headquarters from a police helicopter, a fire broke out, killing 11 people, burning 61 homes. There's an outbreak of Legionnaire's disease in the Detroit area. 30 cases have been reported, with at least 3 people listed as critical. The outbreak believed to be linked to a convention at a Detroit airport hotel last month. And Margaret Hamilton, known for her portrayal as the Wicked Witch of the West in The Wizard of Oz, has died at the age of 82. Judd Rose looks back at Hamilton's career in movies and television.
What a nice little dog. And you, my dear, what an unexpected pleasure.
If she was good with kids and pets, it was no surprise. Margaret Hamilton had once been a kindergarten teacher, but as an actress, she played the Wicked Witch of the West and was enshrined forever after as every child's nightmare.
Here, Scarecrow, want to play ball?
By 1939, when Hamilton was cast in The Wizard of Oz, she was already a veteran character actress. Afterward, the public saw her only as this green and evil character. But she did forge one more identity as Cora, a kindly coffee pitchwoman.
I only sell one kind, Maxwell House.
In her later years, Hamilton continued to perform in films, but as Oz was rerun time and again on television, new generations discovered her wicked past, and that's how she's remembered. In movie history, Margaret Hamilton's home was Oz. For movie fans, there was no place like home. Judd Rose, ABC News.
And that's our news at 8. David?
Steve, thank you. It's 8 minutes after right now. Good things come in small packages.
But do they work?
Okay, this came out of a box of these things a long, long time ago. The first toy prize went into the box of Cracker Jack in 1912, and you can learn a lot about the history of our country from what's gone into these boxes ever since.
The Please Touch Museum for Children in Philadelphia has about 10,000 Cracker Jack toys on display now. And let's take a look at this satin-covered memo book. Now that, David, came out of a Cracker Jack box in the 1930s.
All right, that's the 30s. Then in the 40s, patriotism was on the playground. These Air Corps and Navy cards were in the boxes, and while you were munching your Cracker Jack, you could remember Pearl Harbor with this button right here.
And then it was back to cowboys and comic books in the 50s. Take a look at this Indian chief. That happens to be actor Robert Blake. Could you tell? Oh. Isn't that great?
Great.
And then we discovered plastic, because this Daddy Warbucks button was one of the first plastic toys.
All right, then the 60s were a crack-up. Remember Sailor Jack's Wise Cracks, for instance? Here's one. Where do moths dance?
Beats me.
At a mothball. You're on. I have more of those.
Yes, I bet you do.
You're up.
I certainly am.
Go
Space,
for it.
the final frontier. And he crept into the Cracker Jack box in the 70s.
And now, the moment we've all been waiting
crazy,
for,
guys.
the Cracker Jack prizes of the 80s.
This is our turn?
This is our turn.
Yes.
Now, and this, good idea.
Just dump them in there.
Yeah, here, Cracker Jack tattoos, these little tiny tattoos, right?
Yes.
And where are we? Here we are. And what you do is take these and put them on your skin. All you moms will be thrilled, but they're vegetable food coloring, and it's okay. But you can put tugboats, and what do you get?
And this is for you, David.
Thank you. What does it say?
A strawberry. It's a sticker.
What does that mean?
It doesn't say anything.
It just is a strawberry?
It's a strawberry. The strawberry of life.
I'm sure glad
Just for you.
We'll be back. No, we're here. Well, not really. Dave Murray's here. Would you bail us out of this, please, Murray?
I've always wondered where you've gotten your jokes in the past, David. Now I know. The view from the weather satellite will show us where the active weather is on this Friday. And we still have a big batch of clouds sitting over much of the northeast. A lot of low clouds and underneath periods of showers, even some thunderstorms starting to move into the Carolinas, but definitely not an all-day rain producer. The other batch is just a big stream of clouds kicking out of the Gulf of Mexico into the central Rockies. This is a pretty good moisture flow that will trigger periods of showers and thunderstorms. Some of the storms over Texas will bring some very heavy rains. Believe it or not, up to 5 inches of rain will be possible, though the rest of the nation looks pretty good. Mild in the west, cooler for the east, but nothing extreme. On to the weekend. The maps go into motion. All you have to do is pick out your hometown. 2 pockets of moisture will change very little. That one centered over Texas, the other over much of the northeast, and that's going to be the rule as we head into Saturday. The northeast stays socked in, but again, not all-day rains, and the Texas rains are in place too. So you can see they shift just a little bit to the east into Louisiana. Sunday, more rains along the coast, mainly thunderstorms, plus a little good news over the northeast. Sunday, an improving weather day, though if you live up in northern New England, especially Maine, it will stay gloomy. That's a look at the forecast. Now here's what you can expect.
Good morning, this is meteorologist Ron Harris. For today, we'll have cloud-cluttered skies, risk showers, highs in the 60s. For tonight, abundant showers, drizzle and fog, lower 50s. For tomorrow, rain, drizzle and fog, maybe a crack of thunder, near 60.
That's our weekend weather. I'll have more coming up in 30 minutes. Sandy?
Thank you, Dave. It's 12 minutes after the hour right now. Last winter, a movie called Silent Night, Deadly Night was released. Immediately, outraged parents began picketing and boycotting the movie. It depicted an axe-wielding psychopath dressed as Santa Claus, murdering and mutilating his victims. Parents were also outraged because ads for the movie were being shown at a time when children were watching television. The movie was withdrawn from theaters after 2 weeks. Today, in 3 states, Silent Night, Deadly Night will be re-released. Ira Barmack is the producer of the movie, and also joining us is Kathleen Eberhardt. She mounted a successful protest in her hometown of Milwaukee last winter. Thank you both for joining us. What of this? Mr. Barmack, let me go to you first. There has been an awful lot of controversy over this film. Why are you re-releasing it?
Well, I suppose the controversy makes it an interesting picture to see. And I'm re-releasing it for the same reasons I released it in the first place, because I think it's an entertainment movie and because I think there's an audience for it.
Do you think it's an entertainment movie?
No, I didn't think so at all. And I do like horror movies, but this is sick.
And why do you feel it's sick? Let's go back to that time last winter when people were so upset.
There's a lot of killing in the movie by a man dressed as Santa Claus, and for a lot of children across the United States that could possibly see this, or their young older brothers and sisters, it's just sick. I mean, he does a lot of killing in there, and little kids do not think of Santa Claus as a killer.
Mr. Barmack?
Well, it's hard not to get into this discussion and make it sound a little tired, because we, of course, had a lot of that last year.
So, but it is coming
It's obviously
out
not made for children. That was established a lot of times. And it's just unimaginable to me that children are going to see it. So other than that, I don't know how you would compare it and say it's sick, and that Friday the 13th or Halloween, which have much more grotesque murders in them, with less character development, with less story, with less justification for the violence, in my opinion, seem to me have established a certain kind of norm. And I think really what's happened is that Silent Night, Deadly Night became a fashionable picture to rally around in terms of violence, so the people who are anti-violence in movies have picked up that as a catchword.
All right, but talking about what's happening right now, you're re-releasing the film. Many people, including Mrs. Eberhardt, really disagreed with the television campaigns.
Yeah.
You disagreed with them as well.
Yes, this is true.
Well, how will it be different this time?
Well, I think, for one thing, as the last time, I don't recommend a television campaign. I understand they are going to do some television advertising, but the advertising is pretty much going to be just identification of the picture and where it's playing. I understand that the new distributor has taken out mention of Santa Claus in the advertising. In a funny way, I find that intriguing, but the distributor gets to make those decisions in advertising. But primarily, it's going to be a picture that says, come in, be frightened. Silent Night, Deadly Night is a scary movie. If you like those kind of movies, you're going to have a good time. If you don't come.
Does this make it any different for you if, in fact, in the television commercials you don't see Santa Claus and that children couldn't have the possibility of seeing Santa Claus in those commercials?
Not really, because the movie is still going to be out there. And when I went to see it, there were kids in the theater. The theaters do not check IDs that well. When we were protesting in Milwaukee, there were a lot of people that were trying to get into the theater, and if we weren't protesting down there, they would have let them in. And Friday the 13th and Halloween are meant to be scary holidays, not Christmas.
One quick last question. Mr. Barmack, if you had children, would you allow them to go to this film?
I've always said from the beginning I wouldn't. I believe in the rating code. I believe there are things that are very appropriate for adults to see and that children should not see. I think we do them on television. We do docudramas that I wouldn't have children see. But I still reserve the right to have those things available to us as adults.
Thank you both for being with us this morning.
Thank you, Cindy.
Katharine Hepburn and how she became an actress after this.
At least once a week, head for the Minute Car Wash, Bangor. Remove dirt and grime in seconds with our modern machine wash equipment. And at the Minute Car Wash, there's a special chamois machine to dry your car. If you want turtle wax protection, ask. Use the self-service wash for your car or truck and spray the dirt away with 120-degree water at super high pressure. We always have the most reasonable gas prices in town, too. At the Minute Car Wash, look for the bouncing red balls on Main Street.
The dogs for Four Corners. We're rocking with Four Corners and pizza and sandwiches and fried seafood too. We're rocking with Four Corners and pizza. Four Corners is the place with good food. When you really want the best, get it better than the rest. Eat it in or take it out at Four Corners. We're rocking with Four Corners.
Four Corners Pizza, Lincoln Avenue, Rumford, Main Avenue, Rumford, and Main Street, downtown Bangor.
As we approach this prom graduation season, we all need to be mindful that 25,000 Americans lose their lives in alcohol-related traffic deaths each year. Young adults 15 to 24 years old comprise 20% of this tragic statistic. It's time every community made a concentrated effort to stop this terrible waste of young lives. WVII-TV has formed a task force called Operation Prom Graduation. Area broadcasters and various others within our business community have cooperated with schools and the graduating class of 1985 to reduce the number of alcohol-related traffic deaths. Soon you will notice local merchants displaying this sign in their window. It signifies they not only support this campaign, but have made a financial investment in our most precious commodity, the youth of our community. Together, our goal is to demonstrate to these young adults our concern during this very special time in their lives. Telling a teenager not to drink and drive isn't enough. We urge you to support this campaign. It's more than just words.
Almost 19 after 8 right now. Katharine Hepburn starred in her first movie, which was called A Bill of Divorcement, in 1932. Her latest movie, Grace Quigley, is opening today. A movie career that has lasted and thrived, obviously, for over 50 years does not sound like an accident. But as Katharine Hepburn told me at her home here in New York, she was originally headed for a totally different profession.
I was going to study medicine.
Yeah.
And I fell into the acting. I don't quite know how. And then I went to see Eddie Knopf, who had a company in Baltimore, and just did it. Chemistry did me in as far as being a doctor. I really could not understand it. And I flunked physics twice before I finally managed to work my way up from 59 to 61 with great tutoring and everything going on all the time.
In other words, this, what we think of as your brilliant career, was just a fallback position. I mean, it was something you...
I think it's just something I happened to do. I wasn't really theater mad. My mother and father didn't go to the theater a great deal. We went to movies. I worshiped William S. Hart. I thought he was great. I love movies.
You do. So that was okay. You're good in the movies.
Movies, yes. I find I like movies. I think it's the Oh, I think they're the greatest medium. And
Is it easy for you to get in front of the camera? Is it easy for you to get in front of the camera and
not to do this, because now it's up to me. I better be interesting or they're going to turn me off, you know, and you're going to not show me.
Would that really bother you if somebody said you're boring?
Oh, yes, I think so, don't you? I mean, and you're apt to get very, very boring when you're asked the questions that I am about life and death, because that's very pompous. And since no one really knows anything about it, you do the best you can. And what is it like to get old? I mean, wait till somebody asks you that. I mean, how can one explain? What is it
What's
like
good
to have
about
a broken
Hepburn?
neck?
What is good about getting old, Miss Hepburn?
Nothing. Nothing, obviously.
Are you wiser than you were?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it will be a great relief to me because I like to sleep.
You mean when you die?
Lie down, happily.
But sleep is not dying, right?
How do we know?
Oh. That's a heavy question.
Yes. You see, I just hope I'm not going to be expected to, you know, do too much in the next adventure. And I'm not curious about it at all. You're talking to someone who absolutely accepts the fact that you're born and you go to school, that you work, and then finally you get feeble and then you pass out.
You have not had children?
No.
Does that bother you? How
Not
much?
when I see other people with their children. No, I think how lucky I am. Do you want me to tell you the truth? Or do you want me to give you a sentimental answer?
No, tell me the truth.
That's the truth.
It is, really.
I told you the truth, yes.
What do you do for you? What are the kind of things you like to do for
Play
yourself?
tennis, eat chocolate, swim, and sleep. Sleep's best.
Absolutely one of the most fascinating, challenging people to talk with I have ever met. She is really something special. Mary Lou Henner coming up in our next half hour. We'll be right back.
Yeah, it's the only thing I can say is I just love it. And I wish anybody who has bursitis, arthritis, nervousness, or tired, or anything that bothers them, just to get in there and sit down there for a while. It really does the job. You get tired, you're sore or lame, and you get in that, and boys, there's nothing relaxes you as much. Or can do as much, I don't think. Even my my prescriptions don't help as much as that does.
Do you suffer from arthritis, rheumatism, leg problems, backaches, bursitis, poor circulation, sleepless nights? Then try a McCune Whirlpool bath in your own tub with no electrical or moving parts in the water, backed by a 100% 5-year guarantee, now at a price that everyone can afford. Beware of plastic imitations.
For a free brochure, write Whirlpool Baths, 371 Target Circle, Bangor, Maine, 04401.
You probably know that Eastern Transportation can't get you to the moon, but they can get you to a lot of other places in Penobscot and Piscataquis counties. Maybe the hospital, or to a doctor's office, or a clinic, or maybe you just like to go shopping, or possibly ride their daily commuter to work. Why not call for information and reservations? The toll-free number is 1-800-322-3205. Or in Bangor, call 947-5454.
Even when Ron was a little boy, he'd say, "Grandpa, it's gonna snow tomorrow." He was right. And leave it to Ron to go outside and celebrate. And the summer, when everyone said it was gonna rain, Ron told his mom and dad, "Don't cancel that trip to the beach. It's gonna be beautiful." No surprise to me that Ron Harris is Bangor's most accurate meteorologist. No surprise at all.
For the weather, he's everybody's baby. Ron Harris on News Plus 7. News Plus 7 Morning Update with Jan Young.
Good morning. It's 55 degrees under cloudy skies, and Ron Harris says you will need your umbrella today. We'll take a closer look at the weather in just a moment, but first the news. Maine's legislature reconvenes this morning after a 3-day break, and one issue that's scheduled for debate today is Governor Joseph Brennan's mandatory seatbelt bill. A vote in the House was postponed till today so that the governor could try to line up more support for his measure. Lawmakers have been in committee since Monday. They're trying to get a number of bills ready for the floor. Under a new law, the session is scheduled to be adjourned June 19th. United employees at the Bangor International Airport are still at work despite the pilot strike, but a spokesman for the company says that situation can't last forever.
Presently, the plan is to keep everybody on payroll for the first week, and at that point there'll be a decision made, depending on how big the company's able to maintain the operation with the strike.
Pilots for United went on strike midnight. Their problem is failing to reach an agreement with the company on salaries. Debate on the proposed Big A Dam continues in Augusta today. Yesterday, the president of the Great Northern Paper Company testified before the Land Use Regulatory Commission. Robert Bartlett told the commission that Great Northern has never studied the feasibility of saving electricity through conservation. Opponents of the dam say the company could save more electricity through conservation than a Big A plan could generate. Residents of Dover Foxcroft are still being asked not to drink their water. The problem is due to a parasite, Giardia, which has found its way into the city's water supply. The state can confirm a clean bill of health. Until then, Dover Foxcroft will have to take precautions.
Water off because we now have a new chlorinator online, and we are flushing the system now, and as soon as I get state approval, the boil water should be removed.
City officials are hoping to have a long-term solution to the city's water problems by sometime this fall. The Kennebec County Sheriff's deputy, who's suspected of a string of courthouse bombings, is being held in the Augusta Mental Health Institute for his own safety. Officials believe 42-year-old David West of Clinton could try to kill himself. West faces charges of bombing, arson, and threatening a Superior Court judge. The district attorney says West's case will probably be turned over to the Attorney General's office. A grand jury hearing is expected sometime next month. And jurors are expected to begin deliberations today in the contempt trial of family members of Philip Willoughby. Willoughby's parents and sister face those charges for refusing to testify at his murder trial. Willoughby was convicted of killing Augusta convenience store clerk Paula Roberts. State lottery officials are hoping megabucks fever will be contagious in Maine soon. Along with residents of Vermont and New Hampshire, Mainers will soon be able to try their luck for big money when the game starts in August. Officials from the 3 states met in Maine yesterday to work out details for the lottery. Grand prizes of as much as $1 million are expected. Checking sports, it took the Syracuse Chiefs 10 innings, but they finally broke the Maine Guides winning streak 5-4. The Red Sox lost an exhibition game against their farm team in Pawtucket 9-4. And the Celtics get ready for Game 3 with their series with Philadelphia. Ron Harris is up next with the weather.
Can we get you just the car you want?
Yes. Yes, we can.
New England, your ship just came in.
We'll give you the best we can.
It's been a long, long time since we've had this many cars to sell.
Your New England Nissan men.
But we're going to sell them.
Yes, we can.
Every last one. So right now's the time to get yourself a new Nissan, because the cars are here.
We're your New England Nissan men.
And so are the deals.
Yes, we can. Yes.
Twin City Motel, luxury at affordable prices. Relax in one of Twin City's comfortable rooms. Many feature king-size waterbeds. Others have a kitchen unit. There's air conditioning, color cable TV, free in-room coffee. And now discounting Canadian dollars 15%. Enjoy one of their private in-room whirlpool suites or your own steam bath. There's fine Italian and American dishes, too, at Armando's Restaurant, all at Twin City Motel, Wilson Street Brewer. Telephone 989-5450.
Good morning, everyone. Well, it appears that at least much of this weekend may go down the drain as we stand a pretty good bet for some rain. So the forecast for today, looking for some showers, cloud-cluttered skies, maybe a couple sunny breaks, highs into the upper 60s. For tonight, abundant showers developing later on, drizzle, fog, lower 50s. And for tomorrow, rain, drizzle, and fog. There may even be some thunder around. Highs will be into the lower 60s. I'll have all the updated national and local weather details, plus some extra goodies for you coming up tonight on News Plus 7 at 6.
More news at 6. Join us then. Have a good day.
30 7:30, David Hartman with Sandy Freeman. Jones off on the road to Morocco, literally. If you remember those old movies with Dorothy Lamour and Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. Anyway, they're making a sequel right now to Romancing the Stone. Michael Douglas over in Morocco. So Jones on her way over there, and Sandy joining us this morning. Good to have you with us.
Oh, thanks. It's good to be here.
Coming up in this half hour, in the old days when you wanted to be discovered, you, as an actor and actress, you went to Schwab's drugstore, it was called, real drugstore right on Hollywood Boulevard in Hollywood, and from there it seemed that movie stardom was going to be right around the corner. Well, in a few minutes we're going to talk with two young actresses, really good ones, who got their break in a way that they do it now in the 80s. They were in music videos and have used that as a stepping stone to pretty solid acting careers that they're getting going.
And also with us this morning, a talented actress who followed a bit more traditional way to the top. She hit Broadway and then was in a top-rated television series. She's Mary Lou Henner, and we'll be meeting her and talking about her two new movies this summer. Also, Steve Birnbaum, our travel expert, with some money-saving ideas if you're traveling abroad this summer. Right now, though, at 31 minutes past the hour, Steve Bell has the news in Washington. Steve?
Thank you, Sandy. Good morning, everyone. More than 5,000 pilots have gone on strike against United Airlines. The pilots took to the picket lines this morning over a company demand to cut pay scales for new pilots. So far, United has canceled flights to nearly 2/3 of the 139 airports it normally serves. A gas explosion has ripped through a coal mine in northern Japan. At least 3 miners known dead, more than 70 others believed to be trapped in northern Japan. In Moscow, Soviet officials have announced a new crackdown on the country's severe problem of alcoholism. Jim Hickey has that story.
The new alcohol regulations are designed to combat what is considered a serious national drinking problem in the Soviet Union. Western sources say Russians drink as much or more than anybody in the world. A major concern here is the effect alcoholism has on worker productivity. And though the regulations could mean a 40% drop in alcohol revenue, Soviet leaders believe less drinking on the job will improve output and in that way help give a boost to the economy. The reliance on liquor is also creating serious health problems. The government, while warning about the health hazards, has also lectured at length in the state-controlled press and on Soviet television about other related problems, such as the number of fatal accidents and fires allegedly caused by too much drinking. Whether Russians will readily accept the new rules is questionable. Similar efforts in the past have not worked. But among the methods this time adopted by the government is public embarrassment as a deterrent. Soviet television recently showed what it said were heavy drinkers on a collective farm, agreeing to stop or face fines. Jim Hickey, ABC News, Moscow.
In California, a judge has dismissed the nation's first malpractice suit filed against the pastor of a church. As Tom Schell reports, the judge ruled that the pastor is protected by the constitutional separation of church and state.
For nearly 6 years, Mr. and Mrs. Walter Nally have been trying to show that pastors of a fundamentalist church in suburban Los Angeles were responsible for their son's suicide. Ken Nally killed himself in April 1979. He was 24 and had forsaken his Roman Catholic upbringing and joined the Grace Community Church. Ken had emotional problems, and his parents alleged in their lawsuit that 4 pastors of the church who counseled Ken failed to do their duty and refer him for professional treatment. Judge Joseph Kalin ruled there was no such duty, and the churchmen are protected by the First Amendment.
There is no compelling state interest to climb the wall of the separation of church and state and plunge into the pit on the other side, which certainly has no bottom.
Pastor John MacArthur, the chief defendant, was elated.
I think it's definitely a landmark. In fact, I believe that this case will end clergy malpractice as an option or a theory of law.
The Nallys were not happy, but have not yet decided whether to appeal. Tom Schell, ABC News, Glendale, California.
The hit record We Are the World has paid its first dividends. In New York yesterday, CBS Records presented a check for $6.5 million to USA for Africa founder Ken Cragen. Many of the nation's top stars, of course, made that recording, donating the proceeds to African famine relief. And that's our news for this morning. Sandy, have a nice weekend.
Oh, thank you very much, Steve. You have one as well.
And you make it a nice weekend.
Well, I'll sure try. Okay.
He better. He's certainly better. What is this you were telling me, Dave Murray, about stargazing?
Well, we do a stargazing from time to time, and since you're used to our early morning hours, I have one just for you for tomorrow morning, okay?
Thank you.
About 45 minutes before the sun comes up, all you have to do is look to the east. You'll be able to see Mercury and the old moon very, very low on the horizon. You actually have to get up pretty high to see that. And the bright planet Venus, now the morning star. You can't miss Venus. 45 minutes before sunrise, okay?
You guarantee me.
Well, the trouble is in the northeast it's going to be cloudy, so stay in bed and
so
get
you
some sleep.
Can't guarantee me.
In a minute, the complete weather report brought to you by shredded wheat from Nabisco Brands.
Hope you like sugar, because this box contains not 1, not 2, but 6 added teaspoons. This has 10, and this 18. And spoon-size shredded wheat, none. When you shred the wheat for better toasting, it tastes great naturally. So it goes against our grain to add sugar, or even salt. Nabisco shredded wheat, 0 added sugar or salt. 100% whole wheat.
Good morning, everyone. It is Friday, and that's the day we take a look at the weekend weather report. Starting with today, all you have to do is watch for 2 main areas of moisture. One, again, over the northeast, thanks to a large, slow-moving, low-pressure system. This low is really spinning around an awful lot of clouds, gusty winds, and waves of showers, and a couple of thunderstorms, but definitely not all-day rains, and unfortunately will not do much for the drought. Second area is coming from a big shot of moisture coming out of the Gulf of Mexico, sending showers and some very heavy thunderstorms from Texas up into the central Rockies. And as our maps go into motion, that rain is going to hold tough, especially over Texas. Rain amounts over the next 24 hours will easily be in the 2 to 5 inch range, and that, of course, is going to trigger an awful bit of a flooding in sections. Also, notice the northeast storm. It just doesn't move much, still spinning around those clouds and a couple of showers through the region. Saturday, just about everybody holds their own. Still clouds and showers over the northeast. More rain in Texas, starting to spread a little bit into Louisiana, but the rest of the nation is in pretty good shape. Just 1 or 2 showers dotting the northwest coast. As for temperatures, the west is going to be fairly mild, the east cool, a pattern that's going to run into Sunday. Fair conditions over much of the country. Still rain in Texas, and notice the northeast finally clears out, though clouds will hang up in northern New England. That's a look at the forecast. Now here's what you can expect.
Good morning, this is meteorologist Ron Harris. For today, we'll have cloud-cluttered skies, risk showers, highs in the 60s. For tonight, abundant showers, drizzle and fog, lower 50s. For tomorrow, rain, drizzle and fog, maybe a crack of thunder, near 60.
That's our weather report. Hope you have a safe weekend. We'll see you on Monday. Sandy, it's been good to have you here this week.
Thanks, Dave. It is now 37 minutes after 8. Turning a music video appearance into an acting career after this.
Noodle-Roni Parmigiano. Its secret's here inside Noodle-Roni's flavor packet. Parmesan cheese, aged just right, sharpened with Romano cheese, blended with selected herbs, spices, garlic, onions, and parsley. Simply add milk, butter, and the flavors to Noodle-Roni's tender, thin egg noodles and toss. It takes only minutes to serve one of the most delicious noodle dishes you've ever tasted.
Noodle-Roni Parmigiano, a bit of old Italy.
American Family has done it again. Another $2 million prize awarded. This time to Stephen Knutson of Colorado.
Thanks for our millions, American Family.
Thanks for my million.
Thanks for my $2 million, American Family.
More and more people are winning millions of dollars at American Family. You may be next. Don't miss out. Enter the American Family Sweepstakes. You may be the winner of the biggest prize of all, $10 million, all for you.
Bartender, we'll have a little something cold and wet.
A little Riuniti.
Coming up, a little Riuniti.
A little Riuniti. Boy, can we go for a little Riuniti on ice.
Yeah.
Have a little Riuniti.
Have a little Riuniti.
Riuniti introduces a little Riuniti, a fresh and fruity cutie that makes the ultimate cooler.
Riuniti on ice. Riuniti so nice. Have a little Riuniti.
For
For a gardener to earn a place in the Guinness Book of World Records takes a mighty green thumb and all the help you can get. That's why so many of America's champion gardeners use Stearns Miracle Grow plant food. They know, a great university proved, Miracle Grow gives you more flowers, more and bigger vegetables than other types of plant food. Say, if world champion gardeners depend on Miracle Grow, shouldn't you?
20 minutes of 9 right now for would-be stars getting seen by the right people, agents, producers. It's never been easy. Well, now there seems to be a new way to go about it. Cynthia Rhodes recently co-starred with Tom Selleck in the movie Runaway and with John Travolta in Staying Alive. Courtney Cox just got a starring role in a new television series called Misfits of Science, and what they both have in common is that neither would have those credits, probably, if it hadn't been for their small roles but repeated exposure in music videos. And good morning, Cynthia. Nice to have you. Good morning, Courtney.
Good morning.
We're going to look a little bit. We're going to start with Courtney, and she's joining us, by the way, from Los Angeles. If she looks familiar, you've probably seen her dozens of times. She is the girl who dances with Bruce Springsteen in his Dancing in the Dark video. Watch. All right, we've just seen you dance, Courtney. Courtney, understand now you had the video. You'd done a commercial originally, right? A commercial, right. And a couple of days or something on a soap opera. And then all of a sudden you and several other girls, right, were picked to do this by Brian De Palma, to do the Dancing in the Dark, right?
Right.
How hard did you push to be the one girl that was going to get to dance with Bruce?
That's funny you asked me that, because I did not want to go on stage at all. I remember I was riding in the airplane on the way to St. Paul, Minnesota, and I went up to Brian De Palma's assistant, and I said, listen, there's 3 of us going out there. I know only one of us is going to go up on stage, and if it's any consolation, or if you pick one of us by who wants to go the most, I'll just go ahead and cancel myself out right now, because I don't want to dance in front of 21,000 people. I'm the worst dancer, and I just, thank you very much. I'm going to enjoy the show, and you know, one of the other 2 girls, I'm sure, would love to do it more than me. And then as soon as I got to the concert, they said, now, when Courtney goes up on stage, I said, my mouth completely dropped. I was so nervous. And I saw Bruce come out there.
How did it go? What was it like? I'm sure everybody wants to know, what was it like to dance with the boss, right? How was it?
Everyone. Yeah, I'll be walking down the street and people say, God, I saw you on television. I'll say, really, you know, New York telephone ad, what was it, Noxzema? And they say, no, you danced with the Springsteen, man. They just,
what was it like to shoot it and to dance, and how long did it take?
It took about, we did close-ups on a Thursday, and we shot it live on Friday night twice, the song back-to-back in concert.
All right. Now, let's take a look, and we're going to take a look at Cynthia. She was with the group Toto, and the song was called Rosanna, and here is Cynthia Rhodes. Watch. Cynthia, right from that to doing Staying Alive?
Right. Well, not immediately right from that, but
right.
Yeah.
How much of it, Cynthia, do you think is a fluke, and how much of doing music videos do you think can it really become a new kind of stepping stone?
Well, it is a big stepping stone, because a lot of times now I think producers and directors are watching videos to see if there's a new face or something new and innovating for them to work on. So I was very fortunate because Sylvester Stallone saw this video and said, I would like to meet this girl and audition her.
And there it was.
And there it was.
And there you did it. How much of your experience as a dancer, because you're such a fabulous dancer. Now, see, there was Courtney, right, who didn't want to get up and dance, right, with Bruce Springsteen. Yeah, and here you are, the sensational dancer. But how much of the dance training, the dance background, and the music stuff helped you when you did your first straight acting stuff, which you did in the movies?
Oh, God, a lot. Because I think dancing, I took dancing since I was 3 till 16. And it helps you to, I think, have a confidence in yourself. And to be able to walk across the stage and think maybe you're not going to trip over a wire or something like that.
How concerned are you this all might disappear?
You know, I don't have any great expectations right now. I just hope and pray that I'll just keep working.
Day at a time. How about you, Cynthia? How much of this is fluke and how much of it is a real stepping stone for you, do you think?
I think it was a little bit of a fluke, but it surely did help me. I mean, I don't think I would have had the recognition or any of the exposure if I didn't do the video. And now I'm doing a series, so I'm extremely lucky.
Courtney, congratulations. It's nice to have you with us this morning from Los Angeles, whatever crazy hour it is out there.
It is crazy hour. I'm falling asleep. Thank you.
Nah, you look super. Good to have you with us today. Thanks, Courtney.
Thank
and
you.
Cynthia, nice to
Thanks
see
a
you
lot.
again. Thank you. And we'll be back. Looking to save some money if you go to Europe on a vacation. Steve Birnbaum, some really good ideas after these words from Lipton. Quarter of right now.
Here's Chris Everett Lloyd.
When I'm working, I make sure I have the best equipment, the best shoes, the best racket, and between sets, the best tasting refreshment I can find. Lipton Iced Tea Mix with NutraSweet. Lipton's a great thirst quencher, and I think its special blend makes it taste best. And out here, anything less than the best just isn't good enough.
You might think it's a little early to start thinking about lunch, but just imagine how good a ballpark frank would taste at lunchtime, made with only the meatiest meats like tender veal, lean beef, and juicy pork, or a ballpark beef frank made with all lean beef. You see, neither one has any sugar or fillers, which is why they plump when you cook them, and why they taste so good. Of course, lunch is still a few hours away, but when you know you're going to have the great taste of ballpark franks for lunch, it seems lunch can never come soon enough.
Come to EBS Building Supplies for exciting bargains Saturday. This Saturday, it's beautiful savings on items that will protect and beautify your home. A 25% saving on Cabot stains and Valspar paints, plus the lowest prices around on asphalt and fiberglass roofing and second clear cedar shingles. All sales are cash only, and EBS delivers free. Come to EBS Building Supplies for exciting bargains Saturday. They're available at all EBS locations from 7 a.m. till noon.
It's time for you to head to the Minute Car Wash, Main Street, Bangor. Machine wash your car and protect it with Turtle Wax. It's important to have 3 to 4 layers of Turtle Wax on your car for complete year-round protection. Our undercarriage spray will help protect your car from rust and corrosion. Take a minute to get a Minute Car Wash this week. And don't forget, we have the most reasonable gas prices in town. Look for the bouncing red balls on Main Street, the Minute Car Wash.
13 before 9, the strength of the American dollar has made a European vacation very attractive and a wonderful possibility for the summer. Steve Birnbaum has some tips for us on how to get the most out of those dollars if you do go overseas. Morning, Steve.
Morning, Dave.
Hey, where is the best place to exchange your American currency for the foreign currency to get the best trade-off?
Nobody can predict whether the dollar is going to go up and down, up or down from day to day. But we've done a lot of research, at least 6 different sets, where we have exchanged dollars in the United States, dollars abroad, on the same day, the same amount. It has never, ever been the case where we didn't get more money overseas. So the short answer is you wait to exchange your money until you go overseas.
And where overseas do you do it?
Because you do it in banks. You don't do it in hotels, you don't do it in restaurants, you don't do it in the back seats of taxi cabs, you don't do it with guys in raincoats standing on the corner. Banks.
Right. Banks. Go to the bank. What's the best way to carry money? Because we hear about traveler's checks, and we hear about cash and currency, but what's the best way to carry money?
You do best with dollar denomination traveler's checks for 2 reasons. First of all, if you lose them, they're easily replaced. But a much better reason is that in most countries, you get a better exchange rate for traveler's checks than you do for dollars. You'll see them in 2 separate columns. You get about a 1 to 2% bonus for exchanging traveler's checks instead of cash greenbacks.
So you get the traveler's checks here in the States?
Yes, dollar denomination traveler's checks that you carry overseas.
Okay. What you just mentioned about the refundable, are they all, I mean, can you get your money back if you lose or have stolen all traveler's checks?
Yes, they're usually all refundable. The key is to keep the numbers of your traveler's checks separate so that you can identify your purchase and tell them the number so that they can check. Then you can get a refund very, very easily. The key element also, by the way, is that you should use those traveler's checks which are available without charge. And there are several. For example, Barclays Bank Visa traveler's checks are available without charge. You can get Thomas Cook traveler's checks without charge. If you're a member of the Automobile Association of America, you can get American Express traveler's checks without charge.
Right. So those are, in other words, if you have to pay a fee, like for which ones do you have to pay a fee for?
Well, for Bank of America, for Citicorp, for those kinds. But there are enough that are available without charge that you should use those.
Let's find out. Steve, thank you. Superb, as always. Mary Lou Henner with us after these words from General Foods. 10 minutes to 9 right now.
Well, Mr. Editor, how do you rate it?
On a scale of 1 to 10? A 20. Now, about your next assignment.
Oh, I'll pour the coffee.
Just half cup.
You? You love fresh brewed coffee.
Yeah, but the caffeine.
Harry, it's brim decaffeinated coffee. So how do you rate it?
If it tastes this rich, fill it to the rim.
With brim.
Fill your cup to the rim with the rich taste of Brim. Also available in hearty dark roast.
Hey, nice dog you got there.
Thank you.
You know, he could be worth $1 million in the Alpo Thanks a Million game. Just collect the labels from specially marked Alpo cans. Any one could win you $100 instantly. With 3 labels that spell out My Alpo Dog is worth $1 million, you can enter to win $1 million prize. The more you enter, the more chances you have to win $1 million.
You've won $1 million!
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In the Alpo Thanks a Million game. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ralph, how much further to the Better Buy barn?
Not far, dear. It's on the Pushaw Road in Glenburn.
Look, Nicky, here comes Ralph with his family. There goes the neighborhood. They heard about the great deal you got on all your furniture at the Better Buy barn. Speedy, buffaloes don't buy furniture, they break it.
Hi, guys. Meet the wife and kid.
How quaint. Look, dear, those cute groundhogs we saw on TV. Madam, we are not groundhogs. We are prairie dogs. That's it, Speedy. I'm going back to Beacon Hill. Better Buy barn. Better Buy boys.
You get better buys.
At the Better Buy barn. On the Pushaw Road.
In a world of ordinary mowers, tough customers look for the extraordinary, which is needed.
Hail to the chief. Then get ready for tons of fun. The madness is contagious when Ann Julian, Orson Welles, Bo Derek, Charles Durning, and more join Dom DeLuise in an all-new special, all starting at 9, 8 Central.
It's 8 minutes before the hour. Well, this is certainly the right season for Mary Lou Henner fans. Now, at the moment, she can be seen in the cowboy comedy called Rustler's Rhapsody, opposite Tom Berenger. And next month, another movie of hers comes out. It's called Perfect. And she appears in it along with Jamie Lee Curtis and John Travolta. Hello, welcome. It's so good to see you again.
I know. I can't believe this. I'm so excited that we were going to get to interview together again.
From our old Chicago. It's a Chicago day here today. In the film, Rustler's Rhapsody, you play a prostitute, Miss Tracy.
Miss Tracy. No, the town hostess.
The hostess, yes,
Right.
that sounds a lot better.
Yeah.
What was the attraction that you found in that role?
Well, you know, first of all, I've always wanted to do a Western because they just always kind of had a fascination for me. And I loved the old film Dusty Rides Again, and that's exactly what this kind of character was, you know. I play sort of the Marlene Dietrich character, the saloon girl who's the prostitute, except that I don't put out for any of the guys. I just talk dirty to them, you know. Yeah. It's, you know, a comedy version of the Old West. But I wore the most beautiful clothes, and the company was just a lovely group of people to work with. And it was a very funny script. It's an adorable film. I hope people go and see it. It's really sweet.
Speaking of people going and see it, so far some of the reviews have not been terrific.
You know what's funny about the reviews is that people either love the film or they hate it. So I think that if people go to see it, there's a good 50-50 chance of one of those two things happening. You know?
And how important is a big hit to you right now? Is that really important at this point in your career?
It would be really nice. I'll tell you, it would be. I've done 8 films now, and Rustlers is actually Rustlers was the 8th film that I did. I did Perfect before I did Rustlers, but Perfect hasn't come out yet. And it would be, I haven't been in any big hit yet, but each film along the way, you learn and you grow and you experience, so they're all very valuable. And of course, you know, but it would be nice to have a nice hit at the box office.
Knock on wood,
Knock on
right?
wood. Glass, wood, whatever.
Speaking of Perfect, with Jamie Lee Curtis and your friend and boyfriend, John Travolta.
Right.
What was it like working together with him? This was the first movie that the two of you had ever done together.
Right, but we had worked together on Broadway
On stage,
before.
yes.
Yeah, 2 other shows.
How was it?
It was great. It was, you know, it was a nice experience because 2 things that I really like to do are hang out with Johnny or work out, and I'm perfect. I got to do both of them.
And get paid at the same time.
And get paid at the same time.
You know, I read a magazine article this week where you said you didn't want to talk about John Travolta, and then you went on and you talked about John Travolta. No, you didn't?
No, I didn't, and I'm very upset about that article, as a matter of fact. So, you know, and I don't want this interview to turn into what that article turned into.
I
or
understand.
Whatever.
So, in fact, you never said those things about John Travolta?
I said some things, but not like that. I mean, I was very upset about that article.
Is it important to keep that part of your life with John Travolta totally private? And why?
Well, it's, yeah, I mean, I'd like to. I'd like to keep my private life as private as possible. It's hard sometimes, you know, especially when we're both doing a film that's out now and we're both doing publicity on it and people ask these kinds of questions. So,
sure.
You know.
How do you get around that?
You try to go on to something else.
Trying to divert me right now, are you not?
Right, you got it. Absolutely.
You had that great relationship, I mean, even going back to the days on the stage, that it is truly a friendship as well as a romantic involvement.
Absolutely.
Best friends?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Best friends.
I want to thank you very much for being here this morning, and I'm so glad we had the chance to have this time to talk. Take care, and good luck to you with Perfect.
Thanks.
We'll be back in just a moment. Right now, it's 4 minutes before the hour. Stay with us.
All next week, Tina Turner and Sylvester Stallone next week.
Tyson chicken chunks. Golden, crispy, quick and easy, too. Next time the kids say,
Mom, I'm late for, wow, chicken chunks. Super.
100% chicken. John loves chicken. Perfect when he wants it.
Delicious, hon. Gotta go.
And just 250 calories a serving.
At Tyson, we're doing our best.
Golden, crispy Tyson chicken chunks.
Just for you.
It's an ugly word, but when you suffer, it's ugly too. To stop the suffering, more doctors recommend Anusol than all other brands of hemorrhoid medicine combined. For relief, with more doctors, the word is Anusol.
Did you know coffee can give you bad breath? Truth is, most anything you eat or drink can turn on you. That's why I carry Chlorets. Chlorets has Actazol with chlorophyll, which helps clean up bad breath fast. Chlorets, because you have bad breath more often than you think.
All next week, we're going to be talking with a number of teenagers from Alton, Illinois, and their parents about the pressures facing teenagers today. And Tina Turner, wonderful all next week. And special thanks to you for joining us today. Sandy, good to have you with us.
Thank you very much. I've enjoyed myself. Almost.
Make it a good day today.
I'm Jim Duffy on American Television and You. Our commitment to public service is more than just words. We put it on the air, like announcements to halt drunk driving, or television dramas about child abuse, missing children, teenage suicide. Among our responsibilities is heightening an awareness of important issues. Together, we can open some eyes, even save some lives. It's a powerful combination. American Television and You.
On General Hospital, Robert had the perfect marriage to Holly, the wife he loved, until Anna, the wife he couldn't forget, returned. Robert and Anna, they shared a passion they couldn't resist, and an adventure they could tell no one about. They shared a marriage they thought would last forever. What went wrong?
Should have left you to die.
But you didn't, did you?
Get out of here.
Oh, I loved you more than I could love any man.
Don't miss The Secret Wife of Robert Scorpio on General Hospital, weekdays at 3, 2 Central and Pacific.
Spring to life with your music station, WMLI, AM 1250.
Introducing TurboVac, the high-power home cleaning system. TurboVac with enough power to pick up a 16-pound bowling ball. Enough deep cleaning suction to lift a concrete block. And yet TurboVac is so gentle it will not damage your carpeting. All steel construction made in the USA. TurboVac is less expensive than our advertised competitors.
Write TurboVac, Box 1101, Bangor, Maine, 04401. TurboVac, Box 1101, Bangor.
In a world of ordinary mowers, tough customers look for the extraordinary, which isn't easy to find, until you come to Aaron's. Aaron's gives you variable speed control, folding handlebars, more bagging capacity, and more years of service.
Aaron's makes being tough easy.
Aaron's, the easy choice for tough customers.
Save up to $80.
Warning, the following program depicts exercises which, depending upon your physical condition, may be hazardous to your health. You are therefore warned not to attempt any of these exercises without consulting your doctor. Even with such approval, each exercise should be done in moderation and should not be performed if tired or to the point of fatigue or pain. Do not overexert yourself. This is the 20-minute workout, the exercise show that benefits the most important muscle in your body, your heart. Scientifically developed, the 20-minute workout offers the maximum aerobic benefit in the minimum amount of time. Begin slowly, working at your own pace, and watch the timer in the corner of your screen to set your goals for improvement. Be patient. Like any exercise program, it takes a while to learn the routines. Just try to do a little more each day. Give yourself enough room to move, wear comfortable clothing, and jogging shoes. The following workout is designed for beginners. No matter what your level of ability, the 20-minute workout is for you. Enjoy it. Part of the fun is learning the movements of aerobics. Arlene is showing you a warm-up stretch. Feet shoulder-width apart, reach over and hold your right ankle. Now take it center for a count of 8 and press your body gently through your legs. Now take it left, reach down as far as you can. If you can't reach your ankle, reach for your calf. Remember to stretch it out from the base of your spine.
Hi, I'm Arlene. You know, the quickest reward from the 20-minute workout is that you'll feel better. Forget that it's probably the best thing you could do for your heart, lungs, and muscles. Just remember you'll feel better. We'll be right back in just a few minutes.
Imagine the world's sharpest knives working at rotary speeds. Direct from France comes the amazing Mouli, the rotary blade kitchen tool used by millions in Europe. Never before have you been able to process so many foods so quickly and for so little money. Here's how Mouli works. Insert one of 5 different blades, load the hopper, turn the handle, and look. Have you ever made home fries this easily? The same blade makes cucumber slices perfect every time. Slice carrots and celery for soups and stews. Slice radishes a whole bag at a time. How long would it take you to do what the Mouli did? Change to the julienne blade and make mounds of coleslaw. Make fresh julienne French fries. Change blades again and make hash browns. Enjoy delicious potatoes any way you like them. Watch this amazing test. Shred 3 whole onions in the Mouli. Shred 3 in this expensive food processor. Mouli gets the job done quicker and without messy cleanup. The secret is Mouli's large hopper. It holds all the ingredients for an entire health salad. As the safety handle presses the food against the rotary blades, out pours delicious salad. Forget this old knuckle buster. Mouli grates coconut, chocolate, cheese. Look at this mozzarella. Use the finer grating blade to grate nuts, hard cheeses, make breadcrumbs. Grate a stack of graham crackers for a pie crust you'll never forget. Mouli is strong. It even shaves ice for tempting cool drinks. Best of all, Mouli...
After all, why get wet to stay dry?
Her name was Leola May Harmon. It was a fall morning in 1968, a fateful morning that changed her life.
Why did you do this to me? Saved to be a freak in a sideshow, Frankenstein's wife.
Don't get her hopes up, Jim. You can improve her a bit, maybe, but I'm gonna do it.
Why Me? A True Story, Wednesday night at 9 on ASN.
Hi, I'm Jerry Sorensen, 1982 Women's World Downhill Champion, inviting you to Eastern Sports to see the new line of Rosenau skis and Lang boots.
A fine line of accessories and top-notch service awaits the skiing enthusiast at Eastern Sports. Take advantage of special ski sale prices. Downhill package just $259.99. Cross-country package only $78.88 at Eastern Sports, 343 St. George Street, Moncton.
Eastern Sports, your kind of store. Eastern Sports.
Be with CTV for the exciting conclusion of the dramatic miniseries Fatal Vision, as Dr. Jeffrey McDonald is tried in a civilian court for the murder of his wife and 2 young children. That's the conclusion of Fatal Vision tomorrow night. 1 week from tonight, travel to a magical land for the Ewok Adventure, a CTV movie special.
This is the CTV Television Network.
Could your looks use a lift? Well then, come see the McAdam Optical Beauty Experts for an instant makeover. We'll flatter your face with fabulous new frames, new styles, new shapes, new sizes, sensational new shades to shadow your eyes spectacularly. There's a whole new beautiful you in there, and the beauty experts at McAdam Optical can help you find her. McAdam Optical.
From Christmas decorations to woodworking, from silk and wool to pottery and toys, the answer to your Christmas shopping can be found at the Confederation Center of the Arts, as the PEI Crafts Council presents its 21st Annual Christmas Craft Fair. On November 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, over 70 island craftsmen can help you find the right gift. Babysitting service is available too, so start your shopping early at the Confederation Center of the Arts. Doors open daily at 8:30.
This is ATV.
The CTV National News with Richard Brown.
Good evening. It is called the Fall Classic, the Grey Cup, and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are the 1984 champions. Tomorrow, sportscasters will use words like rout and stormed back to describe Winnipeg's awesome second quarter total of 27 points. And that was the turning point as the Bombers went on to win 47-17. Mark Zickstrom reports.
Hamilton surprised the Blue Bombers and most Winnipeg fans by taking an early lead with 2 touchdowns. A field goal in the second quarter made the score 17-3 for Hamilton, but they were to be the last points the Tiger Cats would score. The rest of the game belonged to Winnipeg, which rolled up 44 unanswered points to win the game 47-17.
Excellent game. I couldn't ask for a better time in my life.
It's the best party I've ever been to.
This is great,
This is a fantastic town. I've had a great time. I can't believe it.
Number 1, man.
Few people expected Hamilton to win, but that didn't make the loss any easier to accept if you were a Tiger Cat. In the winner's dressing room, it was time to enjoy champagne and the victory.
It's just that I want to sit back and just absorb it all instead of dance around and pour champagne down my back, you know. It's terribly exciting.
You're savoring it.
That's it. It's like a really fine wine. I don't want to gulp, but I want to sip it.
Were you a little worried, though, in the first quarter? Who, us? Yeah. We were concerned, but not worried. If you understand what I'm trying to say is, it happened to us earlier in the year. We came into Hamilton to play the Ticats. We got down 14 points real quick from 2 turnovers. This game was very reminiscent of that game. We said, hey, we can come back.
I'm gonna party all night long. I ain't got to worry about no meeting tomorrow. I ain't got to worry about nobody hitting my body. I ain't got to worry about me hitting nobody. I love this.
This is Grey Cup 84 may be over, but the party sure isn't. And the celebration that began here will carry on for a few days at least. And the Blue Bombers, all about. And the Blue Bombers hotel in Winnipeg. That's right. Mark Zickstrom, CTV News, Edmonton. That's right.
It's been 22 years since Winnipeg won the Grey Cup, and tonight there was cause for celebration on the prairies. But in Hamilton, the fans weren't quite as jubilant. We have two reports tonight. First, Del Archer in Winnipeg.
Pandemonium erupted at a Winnipeg hotel Grey Cup party as the final seconds of the 1984 Classic ticked away. For a while, though, it looked like it might be a disappointing day for Winnipeg fans as their team fell behind in the early going. That meant a few tough downs for the cheerleaders, but the Bombers eventually got the idea and began scoring.
Let's go, Bombers! Let's go!
And when it was all over, ecstatic Bomber fans of all ages danced with joy at Portage and Main. However, when police cars became dance floors, the constabulary moved in and arrested a dozen or so of the more exuberant fans and one astonished freelance newspaper reporter. They were released a bit later. They might face charges. The last time the Winnipeg Blue Bombers won the Grey Cup was 1962. Their last shot at the award was 1965. And the Tiger Cats beat them. The Blue Bombers have now taken the revenge. The Grey Cup comes to Winnipeg, and the party is underway. Del Archer, CTV News, Winnipeg.
This is Peter Murphy in Hamilton. Ticat fans watching the game on television went wild during the first quarter. They thought their team was on the road to an historic upset.
Where was everybody at the start of the year, eh? Nobody wanted to talk to us. Now we're there. We're not.
The game turned around in the second quarter, and so did the mood at this Hamilton Grey Cup party. By the third quarter, it was obvious the underdog Ticats didn't stand a chance. The cheers turned to boos. For Hamilton fans, it ended with a whimper.
We're just proud to be where we were, just where we were. We were there. We were there. We beat Argonauts, that's number one. I still think we're number one. Next year's another story. All right.
They weren't dancing in the streets of Hamilton tonight. Maybe next year. Peter Murphy, CTV News, Hamilton.
There is other news today. A militant animal lovers group in Britain claims that they have spiked Mars bars with rat poison. The Animal Liberation Front is protesting medical experiments on monkeys, which it says the candy company helped to finance. Jim Munson has more from London.
All across England, store owners are removing Mars bars from their shelves. The Animal Liberation Front claim that the Mars Bar Company is financing a research project in a London hospital. A project in which monkeys are being force-fed sugar for tooth decay experiments. In retaliation, a spokesperson for the front says rat poison has been injected into Mars bars.
It's not going to kill anybody. It might make somebody quite ill, which is nothing compared to the suffering that monkeys are currently going through at Guy's Hospital.
3 million Mars bars are sold every day in this country. And because of the history of this Animal Liberation Front, the threat of poisoning is being taken seriously. At least 7 packages have been tampered with. But a Mars bar spokesman says no rat poison has been discovered yet. Still, the store owners remain cautious.
I don't think anybody should sell Mars bars until the old health inspector gives them the all clear to do so.
The government has denounced this latest move by the Animal Liberation Front.
Well, it appalls me. It will appall everyone who has heard about it, that these people are prepared to sacrifice children on the altar of their own fanaticism.
In the meantime, the police aren't taking any chances. Scotland Yard, along with local police forces, have set up a special incidents room to deal with public complaints and inquiries. Jim Munson, CTV News, London.
Nicaragua says it wants direct talks with the United States to discuss the conflict between the two countries. A government spokesman said today in Managua that President-elect Daniel Ortega is willing to meet at any time with President Reagan in the search for peace. But a White House spokesman says there are no plans for the two leaders to meet, and talks now going on at a lower level are more appropriate. In Egypt today, some tough words from President Hosni Mubarak about Libya's leader, Muammar Gaddafi. Mubarak lashed out at Gaddafi and called him a terrorist plotting to kill a number of world leaders. The charges come a day after Cairo claimed it foiled a Gaddafi plot to assassinate a Libyan dissident. Ben McNitt reports.
Egyptian President Mubarak is accusing Gaddafi of backing international terrorism. Mubarak points to what the Egyptians say was a plot to execute former Libyan Prime Minister Abdel Hamid Bakouche and the arrest here of killers hired by Libya and Gaddafi.
He is an international terrorist, and he is financing some organizations, for example, to attack Mrs. Thatcher, for President Mitterrand of France, for Chancellor Kohl, for the King of Saudi Arabia, for the Prince of Kuwait, United Emirates, participating in to kill Indira Gandhi.
Mubarak says the terrorists, 2 Britons and 2 Maltese, 3 of whom have been shown on Egyptian television, confessed to knowledge of the wider Libyan schemes. The arrests were revealed last night by Egyptian authorities, who say Gaddafi was tricked into thinking the Bakouche plot had succeeded. On Friday, Libya claimed credit for Bakouche's death, but he appeared here alive and well. Egyptian agents had penetrated the plot and faked a photograph showing Bakouche lying in a pool of blood. The photo was sent to Gaddafi to convince him the dissident exile was dead. Mubarak has vowed restraint, but moderation is the one quality yet to be revealed by the unpredictable Gaddafi. Ben McNitt for CBS News, Cairo.
Pierre Trudeau says that Prime Minister Mulroney had better stick to the truth with President